Again, good morning and welcome everyone to our second edition of AspenCon. I am Kate Losek, and I could not be more thrilled to kick things off today with all of you, both in person in beautiful Nashville. We really couldn't ask for a better place, and to those joining us virtually on the live stream as well. First of all, a huge thank you to Nashville Public Library and the Music City Center, our wonderful hosts, and to our incredible sponsors, AspenCon Innovators, ByWater Solutions, Equinox, Grow for Libraries, Message B with Unique, Midwest Tape, Open Fifth, Solus, Keepo, and our AspenCon architect, Ingram. So please give them a hand. I also would like to extend special thanks to Keepo, our key catering contributor, and to Midwest Tape for sponsoring our trivia night, and to Ingram for making Friday's tour possible. We are really, really grateful for your support. We also invite you all to take part in our booth bingo or vendor quest. So talk to your vendors, collect stamps on your passports, and enter to win a bag of goodies. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. we'll have a raffle drawing. And if you're missing a passport, you can pick them up at the registration desk up front, or you can just let one of the planning committee members know. And speaking of planning committee, I really would like to thank my co-planners. We are a small group and very dedicated, and believe me, after the unfortunate incident at the garage adjacent to Nashville Public Library, things got pretty intense. So they put a lot of long hours to be able to pull it together. So thank you so much. I really would like to thank Ben Wolf, who can't be with us today, Brian, really crucial, Brian Jones from Nashville Public Library, our conference co-chair, Devin McGee also couldn't be with us today, Jennifer DeSenio, Jennifer Schmidt, Jordan Fields, Keisha Poole, Chris Becker, Lauren Conley, Lauren Purton, Sierra Chastain, and Tara Wood. Thank you so much, and you can wave if you're here. I know some of you might be at the registration desk, but thank you so much for all your help and all your hard work. You will see some of us have this silver ribbon attached to our badges. We are the code of conduct members, so if you see anything inappropriate, please let us know, and we'll take care of that for you. And of course, thank you to all of you. Thank you for being here. It's amazing to see the community in person. All our attendees, speakers, panelists, the energy and ideas that you bring, this is what makes the community, so we are so grateful that you're here. I would just share a few quick housekeeping notes before we dive in. So day one and day two will take place here at the Music City Center. And we have 2 tracks, presentations and workshops. So please be sure to check the schedule. It's either outside or posted online, or check your emails as well for times and room locations. Dine-arounds are happening tonight. So if you have not signed up, there's a QR code outside. You can scan that, or again, check your email for details. And we hope you can join us tonight. Again, join us at Booth Bingo, visit our amazing vendors, collect your stamps, and turn in your card before our Thursday raffle. We are streaming live on YouTube, so please feel free to share that link with your colleagues who can't be with us in person. And don't forget to hop into our dedicated Slack channels as well for any questions, comments, and just to stay in tune with the conference. One more housekeeping note, restrooms are straight to the door, to the left, next to the restaurant, take another left. There are also water stations down there. And finally, I just really wanted to say this, Aspen is all about community, and you are what propels it, you are what moves us forward, and I am so happy to see the open source spirit impersonated. There are almost 90 of you here, and this is only our second conference, so in 10 years, you will be able to say, I was here at Music City Center with folks who were here from the beginning. So with that, let's solve some problems, let's find new us, and let's begin AspenCon 2025.
I wanted that crackling noise. That was making my conference. So hi everyone, I am Brian. I am on the planning committee, and I am here to introduce the first keynote. When I was a younger librarian, there was sort of this species of webinar that was like, future tech, what's happening? So this is in the before time, before COVID, before AI, before cryptocurrency, maybe even before Instagram, right? There were these sort of webinars about this, and maybe they still happen now. And I think these were kind of low-key toxic. It just had like librarians kind of chasing the ghost dragons of like Silicon Valley press releases, right? But of these webinars that were happening, there was one librarian that sort of could see the big picture, was willing to be critical, and most importantly, understand the value of copyleft and open source for libraries. And that was Jason Griffey. And then, of course, I'm okay, who is this guy? He's insightful, and he's also funny and charismatic. And I come to learn that, like, okay, he actually lives and works here in Tennessee. So he started his career at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. And of course, soon enough, other people, not just me, started to notice that he was really insightful. And soon enough, he became a fellow and affiliate at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. Never heard of it. And then he goes on to become the Director of Strategic Initiatives at the National Information Standards Organization, NISO is how we normally call it. His latest book, wait for it, is titled Standards, which came out this year, co-authored with Jeffrey Pomerantz, and was published by MIT Press. And on your blog, Jason, you said you were very proud that you were published under MIT Press, and rightfully so, brother. It's great. So someone who's been a personal inspiration to me in my career, I'm proud to introduce Jason Griffey to AspenCon.
All right, so now we get to do the tech live. I do live here in Tennessee. Hi, everybody. I'm Jason. Hey. I do live here in Tennessee. I live in Swanee. How many people know where that is? Yeah, awesome. Love living there. And normally from Swanee to downtown Nashville is about an hour and a half. Except this morning, when I left my house at 6 thinking, this will be easy. I'll get there early. I'll have some time to do a tech check. I'll have coffee. And that was not to be, because there was, normal traffic around the airport and normal traffic around everywhere else. And I literally just ran in the room. So we are going to do our best to see if this works before I get started. Sorry. Apologies for doing this live. Normally we would, have done it a little earlier. All right. So, there we are. Awesome. We did find. Now let me see if we've got the slides in the right place. Look at that. That even worked. Hey, cool. All right. So, hi, I'm Jason. I am a librarian, but I usually call myself a librarian and a technologist. I've been working in technology technically longer than I've been working in libraries, but when you show up in a library and you tell your dean on the first day you really want to be in reference and instruction and all of that technology, you don't want to deal with that anymore. She looks at you and smiles and grins and says, sure, Jason. So I ended up in technology whether I wanted to or not, frankly. Thank you for the incredibly kind introduction. It is always nice to know that people pay attention to your work, even if it is mildly embarrassing. But I want to tell you a little bit about myself and sort of where I am and what I do and where I come from before I talk about the actual topic of the talk today, which is all of the ways I've failed in open source. And why I still think open source is valuable, to be fair. Let's be clear. So yes, indeed, I am a librarian. I have an MLS from UNC Chapel Hill. where I did think I wanted to be a reference and instruction librarian, but again, the call of technology was too strong. I ended up being a fellow at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard for a few years, which was a fantastic opportunity to sort of expand my vision of how the world works, because it turns out they know a lot of people there at Harvard. I did move on to the National Information Standards Organization. My career track has basically been help an organization, help a bigger organization, help a bigger organization. So I've tried to sort of expand my scope a little bit. With NISO, I was the Director of Strategic Initiatives, which basically meant that I was the one looking for emerging technologies. That's my gig. Emerging tech is sort of what I do. And trying to figure out where that works. Sadly, because of Wave's hands at the world, I was let go from NISO back in May. So if anybody knows anybody who wants someone to work on emerging technologies, hi, come talk to me. I have published a bunch of things. The two that I'm going to point out, just because I think they're interesting, is I was the editor and co-author for Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in Libraries, which was written in 2017 and 2018. So, emerging tech. And is only partially dated with, the explosion in the last 6 years. But this was written before ChatGPT was even a thing. So, pretty cool. And then, as was pointed out, my current book, the most recent thing that I've published, is Standards with Jeffrey Pomerantz via MIT Press. This is their sort of Cliff Notes for Smart People imprint, which is a really kind of fun, breezy introduction to why standards are important in the world. And I think it's something that people should be interested in, I hope. But what I am here to talk to you today about, is my two open source, open hardware projects that ended up failing, and talk to you a little bit about what they are, what they were, why they failed, and what I learned from that. So I did two open source projects designed specifically around libraries. One of them was a library box, and one of them was called Measure the Future. Has anyone ever heard of either of these things? A couple of them, okay. Cool, yay. If you want a copy of my slides, there is a library box in the room that is currently projecting Wi-Fi that you could connect to and grab my slides if you would like to do that. I'll obviously share them in the traditional way in the conference portal and everything, but gotta do what I can. So open source and libraries and my failures. I just want to talk a little bit about the projects themselves. I'm going to give you sort of an idea of the history of them, the rise and the fall, and then at the end of the talk, I'll talk about, obviously, the lessons learned from that. All right. So we're going to start with Library Box, because that was my first open source project. It was the first thing that I did that I worked on that was kind of fully, transparently out in the open for library. So what was Library Box, for those of you who don't know? It was a hardware project. I'll just set that right up, just like that. That was a form of portable private digital distribution. This is basically a battery-powered web server. It's a tiny little battery-powered web server that you can connect to the Wi-Fi and you can grab things off of at will. So it was designed to be a place where this was, I'll talk about the history and such, but this was sort of 2012 when I worked on this, when I sort of had the idea for it. So this was like very early in the mobile phone explosion, very early in sort of broad-based cellular connectivity, especially data, high-speed data through cell, and in rural parts of the US and in developing parts of the world. The ability to sort of grab educational materials locally rather than having to use very expensive data connections was a big deal. And so this was a project that was driven basically open source software and then commodity hardware. We effectively targeted the cheapest hardware we possibly could for any given area so that it was the most affordable for the people in that part of the world. So we had a sort of a small range of commercial hardware that we used. This was about a 40, at the time, 2012, 2013, about a $40 portable travel router that we that we used as part of our platform for the software. So this was originally a project called Pirate Box that was designed in 2011 by an artist, actually, at New York University named David Darts. And David's idea was effectively an artistic statement on copyright, let's say. He developed a portable router that fit inside a lunchbox. This was like lead acid batteries inside. It was like, again, 2011. I know it's many years ago, but try to put your brain back. And his idea was, wouldn't it be cool if there was a little web server that you could just carry around with you that people could connect to, and they could put things there and other people could take things away, right? So this like portable pirate radio digital thing. So it was an art project. So I saw the project and then thought, well, this is kind of cool. I could do some changes and I could make this an interesting thing for libraries to use out in the world. So in the spring of 2012, I built one, sort of a proof of concept, and cheekily put it inside a book and took the book with me to computers and libraries and talked about it. And that garnered some interest. People were like, this is cool. We could put this out on bookmobiles and we could put this, we could take this with us out into the world. And so I kept working on the code and got to sort of a 1.5 version, which was much easier to install and much better. It's designed to be sort of a much easier, less of a heavy lift. You didn't actually have to code much to do it. You could sort of just flash some firmware and be done. And then I started getting like support requests. It's an open, right? Open source, the wonders of open source. Hey, can you do this for me? Sure. So libraries started contacting me and saying like, well, here are some things that we could use, that we need some things from this to be a useful product for us. And I was like, all right, well, I need some help. Like I need help. I had a full-time job. I was the head of IT at an academic library. Like I couldn't really do all of this. So I needed to raise some money. And again, this is 2013 at this point, very early in the days of Kickstarter. But I thought, let's try it. Let's just see. Let's just see what happens if I put this up as a Kickstarter project and see if anybody's interested. So I launched it officially at ALA annual in Chicago in 2013. I had a little, printed some business cards and walked around and told people about it. I was like, hey, go check out our Kickstarter project. After I explained to them what Kickstarter was in 2013. And so, it started. We got some funding and some people were interested, and it started sort of organically getting a little bit of traction. I had set, for those of you who haven't used Kickstarter, don't use it regularly. I set a goal of $3,000. I thought, what do I need? I need a few hours of a developer's time. I don't need a lot of time because I can do a lot of it, but I need a few hours of somebody who can sort of dig in a little more deeply than me. Okay, so let's say 20 hours of their time. I'll raise $3,000 and I'll figure out how to hire somebody and I'll get them to do it, right? Cool. So I set a goal of $3,000. And then this guy, who knows who this guy is? This is Cory Doctorow, the author, sci-fi author / sociologist / digital guru. Cory was at ALA that year, and he saw me talking about Library Box, and after he saw that, he posted on his, at the time, most popular blog in the world, Boing Boing, about it, and then he, before Twitter was a Nazi hellscape, he posted on his personal site or on his personal Twitter that he backed it. And then things got real weird. And so I ended up with this open source project where I thought I was going to have maybe 10 people interested and I wanted $3,000. I ended up selling almost 500 of them over the course of it, and 10xing the ask for it. So it was extremely successful, and that was extremely stressful because success is its own form of headache. But it did give me funds to actually pay a developer, right? I could hire someone to help me with this open source project, and we could do more work with the code, and we could get it out. 2.0, incredibly successful. So then we kept getting requests, because support requests never die in open source. And a lot of those had to do with the international nature of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about the sort of spread of the project here in just a second. But we had a lot of requests for, like, come on, you need languages other than English. Duh. We need to support more hardware, because the hardware we were supporting was very localized to the US and Europe, and we needed to expand into hardware that was more available in other parts of the world. We needed to do more work with our responsiveness on it, et cetera, et cetera. And so I was able to find some more funding. It was great. Things were going fantastic. In 2014, we received a Knight Foundation Prototype Fund to keep working on the 2.1 release for Library Box. This allowed us to expand into a bunch of different languages, which was fantastic. And the 2.1 was released in public beta in October 2015, which is, I am extremely aware, exactly 10 years ago now. And the official release was in December of 2015, which was fantastic. And that was the last release. It was the last official release of the software. We'll talk about why in a minute. But while this ride was going, if you've got the timeline roughly in your head, right? I started in about 2012, and then end of 2015 was the last time we released any code for it. So it's about a 3-year run. For a typical open source project, that's not bad. That's for the sort of hobbyist level open source project, it's not too bad. But we had a lot of users. We actually had quite an impact with this particular project around the world. We had libraries actively using it in their work, right, in outreach to the communities. We had all around the world, this is the State Library of Queensland getting ready to build a bunch of library boxes and take them out into the remote areas of their service area. We had things like the Beaverton Library in Oregon doing work with it. And then it started popping up in places like France. This is a street library kiosk in France where they have information about their library and then a library box serving files to the community. It showed up somehow at South by Southwest. They were using it to distribute books and media by walking around South by Southwest. It showed up again, oddly. The Monterey Bay Aquarium was using it to take scholarly work out to researchers who were doing research for them on remote Pacific islands where there were no other connectivity. They would load a library box on a boat, take it out to the island, hook it up to a solar panel, and then the researchers could get to their research, that way, because they were in the middle of the Pacific. It was being used on army bases to bypass the government restrictions on what could and couldn't be seen on the internal computers. The librarians could preload it with things and take it to the base so that people could get access to things that were otherwise blocked. And then companies started using it. SparkFun, if you're familiar, if you do any sort of hardware work, SparkFun is sort of like Adafruit or one of the other open hardware vendors. SparkFun started using it for their class materials in their classes they were teaching. The American International Health Alliance used it, and this is one of my favorites, for Zambia Rising, an educational endeavor for children in Zambia, and 26 of them in South Africa were used for AIDS education. out in the remote areas of South Africa. And for some reason, IBM started using them, and I don't even know what happened here. This was just like, you're IBM, what are you doing? Somebody sent me this from a conference where IBM was presenting, and they were using library boxes to give access to manuals for hardware, which, again, weird. So this is to say, right, we had 3 years of run. It actually had some traction in the world. It was being used. One of the disadvantages of developing a piece of software and hardware that is designed to be off of the internet is that it is off of the internet, which means that you can't tell when it's being used or where it's being used. I don't know, because it's not connected to anything. So I had a little open Google map where I let people tell me that they were adding one. And so this is sort of the slow motion growth. The last update that I had for the map was in 2017, 2 years after we sort of released our last release. But this is sort of the spread of the project around the world. At its sort of top, we were on 40 US states, 46 different countries, and on all 7 continents. I had someone, when I inquired on our discussion board, I said, we're on 6 continents. I would love, go Antarctica. And I had a researcher contact me and be like, oh, I'm going there in a month or two. Do you want me to take one? I was like, yes, here, please. Here is some hardware for you. Please take one to Antarctica. Anyway, so we ended up on all 7 continents. So the question, right? The question for open source is, what happened? Why did it fail? And part of that answer, I would like to believe, is not my fault, right? Nobody wants to believe it's their fault. And partially, it wasn't entirely my fault. But in 2015, the FCC proposed a modification prohibition to anything that had a software-defined radio. That includes routers, that includes travel routers, and anything that has 2.4 or 5 gigahertz, band Wi-Fi chips in them. So the FCC prohibition in 2015 basically said the rule change was in order to protect Wi-Fi, the FCC said anything that has a software-defined radio chip on the 5 gigahertz band has to have a lock on it to prevent the power from being modified by a user. So no other restrictions. That was the FCC's rule. It just said, hey, you're not allowed to crank the power on these radios up and down because it can mess with things, right? It can blow out the ability to connect to Wi-Fi. But that meant that the easiest way to comply was for manufacturers to just lock their firmware and prevent any changes at all, right? So instead of putting some subtle restriction in, TP-Link, who is the primary vendor that we were using the hardware for, just said, we're just going to encrypt our firmware, no key, no access, good luck, goodbye, thanks. Use it the way it's supposed to be used, and we're not interested in you hacking it anymore. And so by late 2016, early 2017, they had effectively locked us out from being able to modify their devices anymore. So, to one degree, yeah, that's not my fault. It's not my fault that the FCC changed the rules on me. It's also not my fault that a lot of you are probably thinking, yeah, but why didn't you just use a Raspberry Pi or something, because those are around, right? Why the insistence on using sort of this commercial hardware? Just use something open. For those of you who are thinking that and weren't in the middle of hardware, the Raspberry Pi didn't actually have wireless. It didn't actually have Wi-Fi built in until 2016. So the entire time we're building this, like it didn't even have a Wi-Fi chip on it. And the little USB dongles and everything you could buy were wonderfully stable, not at all. And if you bought the board and the adapter, it was way more expensive than just buying the little piece of hardware that we were using. So we had sort of this failure to see where things needed to go. Like when the FCC made the rule in 2015, me and my team, the little couple of developers that were working with me at the time, we probably should have seen where the road was going, and we didn't. And that's probably our fault, right? And then, this is something that might sound familiar to anyone who's ever done open source anywhere ever. So this is the team that built PyrateBox, and the gentleman in the center there is Matthias Strubel, who he was the primary developer actually for PyrateBox with David, who's the guy in the hat. I actually, after the Kickstarter campaign, got Matthias to work with me directly on LibraryBox because he knew the code better than anybody, right? He had written all of the original code. So I just went to him and said, like, hey, would you just, can I pay you to help me with this? And life happened, and he couldn't do it anymore. Right? Imagine in your head that XKCD cartoon with the one little, big tower of blocks and the one little block holding it all up, right? Insert that here. He just had things that had to happen. And while I, originated the thing, I am not the developer he is. I don't write the things he writes. And I did not have the skills to keep up with it. So we failed, and we failed because partially FCC threw a wrench into our hardware supply, right? We had enough ongoing revenue in the project to continue as we were, but not enough to pivot to a whole new hardware stack. Like we didn't have sort of the runway necessary. Again, probably mostly my fault. The limited developer pool meant that when we needed to find options, we just didn't have them. That was, again, sort of our fault, right? And then also sort of out of our hands, but the change in the overall mobile landscape reduced the need as well, right? Like things got better, like coverage got better, coverage got cheaper, data stopped being metered in a lot of places. It got to be a less attractive product. And all of those came together to mean that by 2015, we weren't writing code, and by 2016, 2017, we basically shut the whole thing down and said, this is a dead product at this point, we're done. So, that's failure one. Failure two. No, absolutely. Thank you. No. These both sucked in their own ways. Everything, nothing ends except that it ends badly, right? Otherwise, why would it end? So our second failure, my second failure in open source, was a project called Measure the Future. Measure the Future was, in my head, a fantastic idea. Aren't they all, right? In your head. All ideas are awesome. This was 2015. So just as LibraryBox is sort of falling apart, I'm like, well, there's got to be something else. We need something else. And the idea for this project, for this bit of library code, was a sort of Google Analytics for the building. Again, 2015, 10 years ago. So, all of the things you know about now as far as measuring door counts and little sensors that tell whether you're seated at your table and cameras that watch you and all that. Try to go back to 2015 when this was actually still a cool idea, because now it sounds kind of silly, but trust me, in 2015 it was a little more interesting. So the idea for Measure the Future was to use open hardware. We were going to concentrate on making sure that all of our hardware was open so that we did not get trapped by the vendor sort of TP-Link problem that we had with LibraryBox. And of course, open source software, right? And we were going to combine a bunch of those two things, and we were going to use computer vision to do some attention analysis in library spaces. So we were going to take a Raspberry Pi and a camera, and we were going to put it in a library space, and we were going to use computer vision to analyze how people paid attention. Where did they stop? Where did they browse? Where did they just move through quickly? How much time did they spend in there? All of those sorts of things, right? And the idea was like you pointed at a new book display, or you pointed at a shelf, or you pointed at a computer lab, or wherever you wanted sort of those sort of metrics. You could build one of these, throw it on a shelf, collect some data, make some decisions about how to change things, right? You could A/B test your spaces. Well, yeah, that was the idea at least, right? We very quickly iterated through a whole bunch of things. I built lots of hardware. The development stack was basically, Linux, Go, Open Computer Vision, React, and Postgres. Super straightforward, trying to make sure everything was open and easy, and trying to make sure that, stuff that people knew, trying not to get caught by the lessons I learned with LibraryVox. So what did it do? How did it work? I'm just going to show a very, very quick, short video here because I think it is pretty cool what we did. This is how the software worked, right? Use some computer vision to just identify individuals, identify people, not individuals, sorry. And then count, put points where they were, center of mass, and build that up over time in order to produce heat maps and things like that. Advantages were things like we weren't taking pictures of people. All we were doing was recording the dots. We weren't like videoing, saving video. It's very, very, very privacy forward. I'll talk about that in a little bit. The system was designed to have what we called a Scout, which was our little camera unit, and then a mothership, which was a little server that would talk to it. And then you would interact with the mothership through a browser in order to download your statistics, your images, your whatever. Why did we not just put it on a network? Why didn't we hook it to the Wi-Fi in the building? Why didn't we? Well, because IT departments don't like it when you walk in with a random little thing and say, hey, can we put this on your network, please? That doesn't go very well, right? All of you have probably had that happen. No, you can't. You can't actually put that thing we don't understand, didn't build, and don't have a warranty for on our Wi-Fi. And so we built it as this little self-contained thing so that it would be easier for libraries to roll out. It also meant that if it's not on the network, it can't be hacked as far as trying to get in and take over the cameras or anything like that, right? It's a closed system, so it's a little more secure. Anyway. So we ran some demos and some beta sort of testing and things. And I was lucky enough to do so. Does anybody recognize the library? I'll be impressed if you can tell me the library. No, cool. This is the New York Public Library, actually. This is the Rose Room in the New York Public. So I was able to test it, right? New York Public Library, Rose Room. This was fantastic. We were able to run several weeks worth of tests. We put in a system for them to be able to use. At the time, this was, oh gosh, I'm going to forget the year actually because they all blend together at this point. But the reading rooms in the New York Library had been, New York Public had been closed for 18 months, 2 years at this point, and they were just about to reopen, and they were very interested in sort of seeing how they were used when they were reopened. And so that was sort of our little time period to be able to get in and try our project out. So we, did some data gathering. The design of it, right? I'm going to libraries and I'm saying, hey, I've got a camera. Can I put it in your library? That goes real well with librarians. And so we were just aggressively privacy focused, right? We designed the system so that there would be no photos or video of patrons at all ever in any way is saved at all, sort of period. all of the communication between everything is secure. Nothing's on the net and open to random attacks. We worked on thinking through sort of how to avoid identification of individuals in spaces at all. So anytime we saw a single person, we sort of rounded that into the next group so that they weren't identified as individuals in case there were other sorts of cameras in the space. We averaged 15-minute reporting blocks so that we didn't have instances of being able to tell when only 2 people were in a space. We did all sorts of work to try and make it as comfortable for library use as possible. There's a lot of thought in the project, right? We had about 8 beta sites that we were able to install. These beta sites were happy to pay us to be able to move forward. And we still failed. It still didn't take off, right? So failure number 2. What failed? Part of it, we couldn't grow fast enough. Part of it was just revenue. We needed a lot of development, but we didn't have the revenue to fund it, and we were stretching our small pool way thinner than it should have been. Asking people to do things more quickly than could be done, and disjoint between what we needed and what we could actually do was very heavy in the project. We had a lot of librarians actually in libraries who were super interested in hacking away at our code. There were actually quite a few that pulled our code and forked it for one reason or another and did a lot of work on it. And then never rolled the code back to us. They did like legit improvements, and then for one reason or another, whether it was library policy, state policy, right? Lots of reasons. But they forked it and they never integrated. They never pushed it back to core. So that was a problem. And this was a small project. It's not like we could like go after the state of Iowa with a GPL, lawyer and be like, they're being mean to our code. That doesn't go, the state of Iowa is gonna look at us and be like, go away, kid. Part of the reason we failed was a refusal to be creepy. We built it, again, this was 2015, 2016-ish when we were putting it all together. And limited data collection, the method by which we put all of our data together made it look less useful than the commercial products that were out there. We made decisions about how we valued library privacy, and then we had libraries tell us, oh yeah, but it can't do that. This product can do that. Like, well, yeah, but they're collecting things you don't want them to collect. Yeah, but it does that. Oh my God, okay, all right, cool. All right, nice. So our refusal to be creepy and our sort of limiting our development by our ethical stances did hurt us, like legitimately. And then the lack of our the need for it to be local in order for it to be private. We had a huge amount of people who, when they came to us and we were explaining the system and like doing a look at it, they said, yeah, but I want to be able to sort of, I want to be able to get to it from anywhere. I'm like, well, but it's not online. It's not in the cloud. This is not a thing that we're doing. And they're like, well, that's what we want. It's like, okay, again, refusal to be creepy. Sure, okay, cool. So it fell apart. It just fell apart. We had a product, it worked, we had cool stuff going on, but we couldn't grow fast enough to support the needs that we had, and we were getting asked for things from our clients that we refused to do because we knew they were wrong. And we fell apart. So, why is open source in libraries so hard? Why is it so hard? It's so hard for a lot of reasons. I'm going to give you a few that as I reflect on our work. as I reflect on the work that I put into these projects. Why is it so hard? So part of it is hard because libraries, by their very nature, and this is public, academic, sort of the U.S. library structure, is hyper local. If you go to a library and you say, hey, we're building this thing for libraries everywhere, they will say to you, yeah, but I need this for my patrons. Okay, cool, yeah, but you understand we're building something for everyone. It's like, I need this for my patrons, right? And that's right, like their job is to be the people that do things for their patrons. That's literally, that is the job. But that hyper-locality, that like need to have mission, vision, funding, all tied to the place rather than the idea is limiting in how projects get done. It's limiting on how open source projects get done with libraries. It's limiting on how technology writ large often gets done in libraries. So the hyperlocality is very challenging sometimes to get people to coordinate and do things with a bigger vision. Funding is always a problem, right? Libraries are underfunded top to bottom everywhere all the time. And nothing in a library is more challenging than ongoing forever funding. You might get, a one-time thing and you can implement a thing, but infrastructure, actually getting like a permanent line on a budget for infrastructure, woo, good luck. It's tough. And it's been that way forever. Funding in libraries is just always a problem. And that's a thing that keeps especially smaller projects from growing, but even big projects, right? Even things like Aspen Discovery, like it's hard. Organizational structures. I talked about this just a little bit earlier when I was talking about, walking into a library and going to their IT and saying, hey, can I put this on your network? But libraries themselves are parts of bigger structures, and often they are beholden to those bigger structures, especially for technologies, right? Academic libraries are beholden to their university IT for their infrastructure. Public libraries are beholden to their local governments, usually, for their infrastructure. And so those organizational structures have limiters on what they can and can't do, and make it difficult, especially sometimes for open projects, open source, open hardware, open whatever, because there's no like there, right? There's no like, they can't go to Microsoft. Nobody got fired for buying IBM, right? Like there's none of that behind it, or at least in the minds of the people that are often pulling the purse strings. And sometimes there are incentive mismatches. The incentive of a specific organization may or may not be the incentive of their cooperative or their consortia, spending, support. Like there are often mismatches in incentives that are not obvious, and so that can also be a problem for open source projects. Sometimes these challenges are sometimes benefits. For instance, hyperlocality, especially for funding, makes it difficult for there to be top-down imposition of things. So sometimes they're benefits, but often they are just challenges. So patterns of failure, things I learned. This is basically just a reiteration of what I just said. But funding versus sustainability, often there's seed money, but no plan for maintenance. Often there are individual champions, but no institutional support. One person cannot keep a project alive forever. That person will leave. Community enthusiasm versus community ownership. Just because a community is interested, that does not mean they are going to contribute. Applause is not the same as contribution. And innovation versus infrastructure, what excites us isn't always exactly the same as the day-to-day need. So I'm going to just whip through this one real quick because I know I'm running low on time. Thank you. Patterns of success, alignment of mission, things like transparency. I mean, open source is great for libraries because of these reasons, right? Transparency, shared responsibility, adaptability of the work, and open source aligns with libraries' mission for public good. Like all of these things are reasons for open source to be important in libraries. So I do think it's worth doing. I think it's worth fighting for, that is. So important lessons learned, and this is the last slide with real content. Governance, these are 3 things I would like to sort of impart to you. 1, governance is growth. If people are arguing about your project, it probably means the community is invested in it. So don't always take argument as a bad thing. Passionate feelings mean people care. So remember that when there are arguments inside your community. Ownership is power. Moving beyond a single maintainer, painful, but you have to. It's hard, but you have to do it. And finally, conflict is collaboration in disguise. This is related to the top one, but if people fight, it means they care enough to fight, and it means that they care enough to help make changes. So that's what I have learned about open source and open source development. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm going to say this is me. If you want to check out any of the projects, they're there on GitHub, and you can look at them. Yay. If you want to get in touch, there's a couple of ways to do that, and I know I may have got 2 minutes left or something, but I'm happy to take questions if that is the thing you want to do.
You have 12 minutes for questions.
Awesome.
Right?
Beautiful. That is some awesome timing then. Cool. If anyone has questions, I'm happy about this or literally anything at all. I'll opine on anything if you want.
Surely someone has a question.
So with a dependency on streaming and companies revoking previous quote-unquote ownership of media like iTunes, do you see a renewed interest in something like Library Box similar to the increase in piracy?
Yeah, I do see that. There is a fair amount of chatter online. I keep my finger in a bunch of different online communities, and there is a fair amount of interest in sort of a rising copyright indifferent media acquisition strategy. I don't always. Piracy is a weird word, and it has a lot of loaded connotation to it. But yes, I do think that there are communities out there that are extremely afraid of the lack of ownership of media writ large, and that streaming, the world of everything streams is a world where everything can be taken away, and that should worry all of us, but I think there are definitely people for whom something like a private network of copyright indifferent media might be something that they're interested in, yeah. Whether that's enough to bring the project back to life, I don't know. That's a whole different, yeah, maybe.
Way in the back corner, while I walk over there, I'll tell you that I bought a library box and Jason loaded it up with totally public domain copyleft Nashville specific media, and I accidentally deleted all the media. And I never told him until today.
Yeah, I was curious, do you have any tips on how to grow, you said an individual champion to making it an institutional thing?
Yeah.
Is there anything you've seen that helps move any project towards that?
That's a great question. The things that I have seen that have moved the needle on that are sort of the boring work of building community, honestly. A lot of developers, how many people in here identify themselves as developers? I'm guessing that's most. Okay. How many people in here identify themselves as librarians, primarily, for number one? Okay. All right. So a good mix. So I will say that that building community is harder than building code, and that maintaining community is harder than maintaining code. And the stronger your community is, the better chance you have of moving past that sort of XKCD cartoon of the single developer ruining everything, or the single project, single library, whatever, ruining everything. The broader the base of support, and you only get that broad base of support through community actions like the one that we're having over the next couple of days, right? This is the way that you change that, like legitimately. It's the way I've seen it work in other areas, so.
Another question?
And if you're watching us online, please remember you can use the dedicated thread on Slack to ask questions
Oh
as
God,
well.
I'm online? Oh wait, no, I'm just kidding.
Not only online, but you can also answer those questions after the conference.
Oh, great. All right.
Going once.
Going once.
Going twice. Is this mic on?
I absolutely will. Yes. I absolutely will. Yes, I love taking, it's a bit self-serving, but one of the, if you connect to this, let's see, it's 192.168.1.1, right? If you connect to the Wi-Fi and then load up a browser. 192.168.1.1. It'll load, and one of the folders is Jason Griffey, and it just has a bunch of my publications in it. So if you want anything I've written, it's probably on there.
Jason, can you? Oh, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
Can you let us know? Can you let us know which question you just answered, just for?
Sorry. It was just whether or not I would put this talk on the library box. And yeah, sure. The slides are actually already on here if you wanted to get them. There's a folder called AspenCon, and the slides are there as a PDF if you wanted to grab them now. You can grab them later too. It'll be fine. All right. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Sorry I came in a little hot there from the drive, but I appreciate all your time, and I'm going to be around for a little while, so feel free to grab me if you want to say anything. Thanks.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Morning. Welcome to Aspen Without Borders. My name is Alexander. I am one of the developers at OpenFifth. And if you can't tell from my accent, we are based in the UK. And I have my colleague Chloe with me today, who's going to be in charge of our Mentimeter. Today we'll be discussing legislation, so I'm aware that can be quite dry. So for that reason, we are using Mentimeter throughout the presentation. So we're going to have a little mini quiz, we're going to take in feedback, and generally try to keep you all awake. So there's also a slide at the beginning where you can add questions, and we will come back throughout the quiz to this slide. So more questions can be added, and please upvote anything that interests you, and we will discuss the top ones at the end. So you should, if you go to menti.com, see this screen, and if you put in that code, you'll be able to join, and I'll just give you a little bit of time to sign up, and then we will carry on. If you manage to get in, just give me a thumbs up, so I know we've got some people in there. Ooh, got Lauren, got Jacob, brilliant. There is also a link, if you're on your laptop, there's also a link in the AspenCon 2025 Talks Slack channel. Okay. Thumbs up from James. Perfect. Okay. So today, I'd like to discuss Aspen Discovery beyond its utility as a library services platform, but as a truly international product with an increasingly complex global landscape. From features and functionality to unique requirements, expectations, and regulatory frameworks, each country we serve brings its own set of needs. Our challenge as an Aspen community is to ensure we understand and embrace the differences between the different expectations around privacy, digital rights, and functionality, while maintaining a cohesive, reliable platform. So where are we? And why is this a timely discussion? There's two reasons. Firstly, changing and impending legislation, and secondly, expanding borders. So let's have a look at expanding borders first. Last year, Ord and Jacob showed you this map, which shows you Aspen's presence. It gave us two distinct markets to cater for, the US and the UK. And today, we also have a library in Germany and are in talks with Sweden and some other countries in Europe with hopes of expanding Aspen's presence. This will give us three distinct markets to cater for. Focusing on the UK and EU markets, we have a trio of regulation. The trio is made up of GDPR, the Cyber Resilience Act, and the UK Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill. We'll take a really brief look at what these pieces of legislation are, how they impact Aspen, and how they may overlap with some of the legislation here in the US. And let's take a look at GDPR first. So we're going to hop over to Mentimeter now, and we're going to see what GDPR means to you. So we're going to create a word cloud. So when you hear the phrase GDPR, what words come to mind? And we'll go through them. Should be able to input. Ooh, lots of players ready. Okay. Oh, we've gone on to the wrong there. Oh, sorry, my mistake. I'll go backwards. Okay, sorry, I seem to have missed the word cloud. We'll just move on from that one. We'll go down to this one. So this is a word cloud I created when I was researching GDPR. And there are some of the themes that just reoccur. So these are things that come up time and time again when you are researching GDPR. So we've got law, consent, access, protection, privacy, regulation, information, technology, rights. Rights does come up a lot. So GDPR does not prevent you from collecting personal data, but it does mean you can only process it on a lawful basis for doing so. There are several areas for this. They are consent, public task, vital interests, legal obligation, legitimate interests, and contractual obligation. It covers personal data. That is any information relating to an identified or identifiable natural person. In some circumstances, whether information is considered to be personal data can come down to the context in which it's collected. So there are some instances when collected with other types of personal data that something as simple as hair color could be considered personal data. We're going to hop over to Mentimeter and see if you can identify the imposter. Okay. Having some technical issues, sorry. Let's see if we've got the right question. We've not, unfortunately. Okay, we're going to do it differently, so that's fine. We'll just do it with, we'll do it with a hand up, perhaps. So, personal data. I'll give you two options, I guess, because if you're going to do a hands up or a hands down, and we'll just have to pick which of these is not personal data. So I'm going to give you, actually close my slides because I can see them.
Yeah, well, they're on, the thing is, they're on there.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to apologise. I'm going to stop. I'm going to start again because this is not going to plan at all. So I'm going to go back to the beginning. We're going to forget Mentimeter, and I'm going to just borrow Chloe's laptop so I can see what I had planned for Mentimeter, and I'm going to just get you to do hands up, hands down. Okay? Thank you.
Do you want to take it over here, or do you want to?
Okay. So, and now it's a different laptop, so it's a new thing.
That's all right. Let me reset it for you.
Cheers. This would be a really good brief time while we're resetting to cheat and Google what GDPR is, if you don't already know.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Mentimeter back on the Q&A slide. So if you have any questions, you can add them onto there. We can collect that, and that can be happening. Apologies about the flow of the quiz. I do not know where the missing slides have gone. But, well, we tried something, and it didn't quite work. But yeah, so I'll just set that up very quickly, so you'll have access to that on your phones, and then we can carry on. So I go back to there.
I just need your laptop to be able to see the.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's one. Let me set it back up. Okay. And if we just go to the next slide. There we go. Okay, so you should have access to the Q&A on your phones again, hopefully. And I'm going to put back the presentation on. There you are.
Thank you. Okay, so today we will not be using Mentimeter because it's not working, so we're going to forget that. We are still, however, going to be discussing legislation, and I am still going to try my best to keep you awake. We are still looking at the three same pieces of legislation and the fact that we now have 3 distinct markets to cater for. What we will do is we will see if anyone has any examples of personal data. So personal data is something that can identify identify a person, or could be used to identify a person. And if I gave you, I'll give you 3 options, and we're just going to have to go through a hands up. One of these is not personal data. So someone's full name, the full name of a deceased person. I'm going to give you I had this on the slides, I still can't.
That's all right. Let's say bank account number. That's another one.
Next, they're not.
Yeah.
Okay, let's can you just put the Menti on there so I can see my questions? Thanks.
Should I read them out for you?
That's okay. Is that going to take back over? No.
Yeah, you're okay. It just takes a
Oh, there we
second.
go.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Yeah.
Right, back to slideshow. Okay, so now I can see my questions, which hopefully will get us away a bit quicker. Skip back to the slide that we were on. And so this is what we came to with GDPR, and now we're talking about personal data. So, okay, your choices are the name and address of someone who is deceased. That's the special categories question. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Which of these? Let's try again. Right. Which of these is not covered by personal data? Date of birth, somebody's gender, or the name and address of someone who is deceased. Lauren thinks the deceased one's not covered. Does anyone agree or disagree? Sierra agrees. Thumbs up if you agree with Lauren, if you think it's the deceased person that is not covered. Correct. It's the deceased is not covered. Okay. And now. Okay, so EU GDPR covers Europe, which we can see in this map. I am also now going to have to switch to my notes because I can't see them because I'm now presenting. I'm sorry. Okay, so for the EU GDPR, it applies to any company or entity which processes personal data as part of the activities of one of its branches established in the EU, regardless of where the data is processed, and any company established outside the EU that offers goods or services in the EU, or is monitoring behaviour of individuals in the EU. You may have noticed that the UK was not included in that map. Does anybody know why? Brexit, correct. Brexit, yeah. In 2020, the United Kingdom left the European Union, and in response to this, the UK created the UK General Data Protection Regulation. This follows the EU GDPR closely enough that we don't really need to examine any of the differences today, but it should be noted that there's room for these differences to grow in the future, and amendments have already been made via the Data Use and Access Act of 2025. Outside of Europe and the UK, other countries such as Brazil and India have released their own policies that bear many similarities to the GDPR. In the US, some states are also implementing similar policies, with California giving consumers the right to know what personal information a business collects about them, and the right to request to be deleted. Bloomberg Law reports that as of April 2025, 20 US states have comprehensive data privacy laws in place. Moving forwards. In order for it to remain easy for institutions in the EU and the UK to remain GDPR compliant, as we continue to develop for Aspen, there are some things that we should consider. Now here we would have moved to Mentimeter to have a quick quiz, but I'm just going to have to poll you instead, so sorry. Okay, so to be compliant with GDPR, this is easy because it is a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I can include either an opt-in or an opt-out for cookies that collect personal data. So I can include an opt-in or an opt-out and be compliant, or if I include an opt-in or an opt-out, I'm not necessarily compliant. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Got a thumbs down at the back, some thumbs up, some thumbs down. It's a thumbs down. To be compliant, to be compliant, it has to be an opt-in. There has to be a positive action of opting in to be compliant with GDPR. Okay, next question, special category data. I am going to give you a little bit of context here from one of my notes that I missed. That special category data is data that has extra protections due to the fact that its release could possibly allow someone to be discriminated against. So, which of these is special category data? IP address, bank account details, or trade union membership? Or we've got a union membership, so okay, we've got a good voting system going on here. 3. So number 1 is IP address, number 2 is bank details, and number 3 is union membership. We've got a few people saying number 1, which is IP address. Lots of people saying number 3. Number 3 is correct. Trade union membership is the one that is the one that is special category data. Okay. Next question. There is a data breach, including data of EU patrons. The data controller has 72 hours to notify the correct authority. This is an easy one, it's a true or false. They have 72 hours to notify the correct authority. So, true or false? Ooh, got a mix. Got some true, some falses. It is true. They have 72 hours to notify the correct authority. Okay. Meeting the challenge. Aspen already has several features that help it to be compliant with GDPR. So we're going to have a look at a few of these now. Firstly, we have the ability to opt in to cookies and the ability to create a cookie consent policy. Here we have an opt-in option for a newsletter, and as you can see, it is set to opt out by default. And we have the ability to not track IP addresses. So here, I've asked Ord, many of you will know Ord, but she is a wealth of information on all things GDPR related and all things Aspen related. So I asked her for 2 things that she thinks that Aspen does really, really well in terms of GDPR, and something that she wishes could be even better. So the things she loved were that tracking cookies are clearly outlined with a choice to give consent, and that the cleanup script allows user data to be deleted from the Aspen database if the user no longer exists in the LMS. What she'd love to see is to be able to delete user-related data older than a certain number of days that's decided by the library or the user themselves. Okay, the next in our trio is the Cyber Resilience Act. We'll have to do a hands up, because again, we were going to do a Mentimeter. Who has heard of the Cyber Resilience Act? Few people, okay, few people. This one. Okay, so the Cyber Resilience Act, thank you. It covers the EU, and it entered into force on the 10th of December 2024. The main obligations will start to apply from the 11th of December 27, although reporting obligations will begin earlier than this. It was introduced to ensure ongoing security support and software updates, and security updates must be provided for the life cycle of the product with a minimum period of 5 years. It also aims to minimize weaknesses in products with digital elements and to create a unified cybersecurity framework for products on the EU market. Ultimately, the CRA aims to strengthen consumer protection and increase cybersecurity. There are a number of key obligations prescribed by the CRA: cybersecurity by design, supply chain obligations in that third-party components must be assessed before they're integrated into the product, technical documentation, a software bill of materials that must be included, and this is a list of all open source and third-party components, vulnerability handling and provision of security updates, conformity assessments undertaken by manufacturers, and reporting obligations where any active or severe incidents must be reported to the competent authority. The confusion, because of course nothing is ever simple, as evidenced by this presentation. There are, of course, exceptions for some products, such as medical devices and in the world of aviation. Open source products are generally out of the scope for CRA. However, when money is made from the product, this exemption is then again lost. The EU tries to make responsibilities in these cases clearer by splitting roles into those of manufacturer, steward, or contributor, but we won't get into the details of those roles today. The OpenSFF has released the Open Source Project Security Baseline, which supports project maintainers in understanding security best practices and expectations. Okay, so we'll talk about the feeling. There are mixed feelings about the introduction of the CRA, and although there is some trepidation, there's also a large amount of optimism that ultimately the CRA will bring some positive changes to the tech world and allow for increased security for everyone. Josh Bressers from Open Source Security says that he feels that the CRA represents a significant shift in how we think about open source software, recognizing both its critical importance to society and the need for sustainable security practices. And Michael Laberman, who works for Kasari, says that they look forward to collaborating with the EU and the wider world to build a safer community. Ultimately, any changes that need to be made in line with the CRA will largely be behind the scenes and handled by developers and support companies. And any additions made to the product would be opt out. UK Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill. We then move to the last in our legislative trio. The UK Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill is set to be introduced into Parliament in 2025. Its main aim is to expand the scope of digital service providers that should be regulated. In its current form, it should not affect Aspen, but is one to watch as it moves through Parliament. Just before we move into a time for discussion, it's really important to remember that Aspen is not all about meeting legislative requirements. So again, I've called on Ord for some feedback on some of the best features of Aspen and those she is hoping to see. So what she is loving is browsing categories, a really nice online browsing experience for library users, easy to set up and manage for library staff. She's also a massive fan of themes, straightforward for staff to customize the look of the catalogue, making it unique to their library. And what she would love is the ability to switch off the default American English language, to allow for true internationalization. This would allow UK users to maintain a shared British English version without each library having to translate the American English on their own Aspen. So again, here we were going to use Menti to collect in a few stars and a wish for Aspen. If anyone has anything they love that they want to share, feel free. If not, we will move on to discussion and hopefully we have some questions. I know that Martin from OpenFifth had added a few already. So if we haven't got any questions, hopefully we can go through those and you've had time to upvote any that you feel interested in. Any stars and a wish for Aspen? Aspen rules. Cool. Okay, so we'll move on to discussion. So I was going to say that we'd hop back over to Mentimeter, which we will, it's just that you won't be able to see it. So, sorry about that.
It is there.
And we'll see what questions have sparked your interest. Does it really always rain in England? Has a lot of upvotes? No. It rains a lot. It doesn't always rain, but it rains a lot. It was a good couple of months without, yeah. I have a feeling we're going to be making up for it, yeah. Okay. If a US company has no office in Europe, but its website tracks visitors from France or Germany, does GDPR still apply? Yes, because you are tracking users in the EU. So the EU GDPR would apply in that case. Ooh, what common words are translated from American English to British English? That's a good question. Off the top of my... Colour, favour would need to be translated. Catalogue is different. Any others? Gray, yes, Gray. Whoever said Gray, correct. Sorry? Herb? Just say it. Yeah, I think you spell it the same. We just say it. We say it. We say it wrong? I don't know. Someone says it wrong. Someone says it wrong. Aluminium. Yeah, that's how we say it. That's Schedule. Perfect. Okay, next one. What is the fundamental difference between how GDPR handles consent and how a law like the California Consumer Privacy Act handles data processing, more of an opt-out model? I believe that the California Consumer Privacy Act, or most of the laws in the States, and I could be wrong, as most of my knowledge is based in the UK and EU, are more to do with what happens to the data once they have it, whereas the UK, the GDPR, is more focused on whether they can collect that data in the first place. Are there any differences in privacy regulations between England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland? Are they all uniform in the UK? So that the UK GDPR will apply to all of them, and if data requirements start being different between England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, we are going to be in for a very interesting time in development. But it's a good question. But no, the UK GDPR applies to all of them. Okay, CCPA's definition of personal information includes data about a household. Does GDPR's definition of personal data extend to households only, or to only to identifiable individuals? From all the reading I've done, I've never seen the word household in any of the GDPR documents. It's always referred directly to identifiable individuals. And does GDPR apply to a US company? Again, if they are using tracking users in the EU or the UK, or processing their data. Do these laws make development more difficult and slow to innovate? This is an interesting conversation that I've read a bit about in preparation for this speech. So they can make development more difficult, but the argument on the other side is that it builds trust, and ultimately building trust and a feeling of security does mean that eventually innovation kind of picks up, because you've got a trusting base there. That may be all of our questions.
There's one more that's just been added.
Oh, we've got one more. Are OpenFifth already working on things to help Aspen adhere to GDPR and other international privacy requirements? So I think it's an ongoing, it's more of an ongoing thing to make sure that every time something is developed, that it meets the GDPR requirements. So the newsletter consent that I showed was developed by Chloe. So obviously when she did that, she made sure that it was automatically opted out and that you have to physically opt in. So it's keeping things like that in mind as we're developing, really. It's kind of creepy for a company to want to collect information the end user isn't consenting to. So that's a question. Is it kind of creepy for a company to want to collect information the end user isn't consenting to? In a way, yes. In a way, no. I think it depends what they're doing with it. So a lot of the time, the data does go towards making decisions. Sometimes these decisions are automated, and the data collected on them, there are laws around what decisions can be made with the automated data. I think it depends what they're trying to find out. I don't personally necessarily think it's creepy to find out who keeps visiting your site, as in age range or general demographic. I think other types of information that they try to track may be considered creepy. Any more?
There's still at 17.
is using IP addresses to decide what we show allowed if we do not save that IP address. Do not share that IP address. That is interesting. Honestly, I'm not sure, but what I can do is look that up for you and get back to you on Slack. My feeling is probably if you're not processing, you're not saving and processing that IP address, but I don't want to give that as a definitive answer, so I'm going to look it up.
There's a new one.
Oh, new question.
Just got a new one.
Are any more countries expected to add similar laws in the future, and how can we ensure we follow all necessary regulations? I would be surprised if they didn't. It's quite common that Europe starts something in terms of cybersecurity and other countries follow suit. Obviously the UK split and created their own GDPR, but then we've got lots of states within America creating similar policies. We've also got India and Brazil who have already created similar policies, so I would not be surprised if that continued. And then I think the focus is where we have Aspen. So at the moment, we've got the 3 markets to cater for, and then hopefully Aspen continues to grow, and we do end up with this problem, because if we do end up having to adhere to GDPR requirements for 6 different areas, then that's great, because that means that we've got a presence in those different areas. So I think it will be a challenge, but ultimately it's quite positive.
We've got quite a few more questions coming up, so
We'll keep going.
we'll keep going. There you go.
What if we don't know the user is from the EU? That is a good question. That is a good question. Again, I don't quite know the answer to that. I do think that the GDPR, EU GDPR, is going to apply if you're processing their data. Yes.
You can see it in their email addresses if it has the dot, I don't know, Polish or what, Poland or something.
Perfect. Yeah.
Does sometimes.
Yeah. So saying that you could see it in their email addresses. For example, if it's like the end of the email address .poland or other. Oh, it's getting a 5-minute warning from Lauren. Yeah. What is the best source to learn about the EU GDPR? Bonus points if it's not dry. Okay, so I do have some sources for you on here. I'm not going to get bonus points because with the exception of the open source project security baseline, all of these sources are quite dry. But they do exist. So EU GDPR, UK GDPR, and then there is Bloomberg Law, which I mentioned, that tracks how many of the states have similar laws. I would also recommend YouTube. So there's people doing some great little intro videos on YouTube, and some of them are cartoon form, so that makes it slightly more engaging and less dry. We got any more?
I'm scanning through, but
There was one. Did we do the difference between data controller and data processor?
I'm not sure we did. Data controller and data processor. So the data controller, I believe, is more interested in the why and the how of collecting the data, and the data processor is the person that is doing the actual processing of the data. And then there's also a distinction in terms of when we're thinking about the CRA. That has completely left my mind, so we'll just move on from there.
yeah.
I think that's all of our questions. So I apologise for the slight technological general issues. Thank you for sticking with me. I don't think you quite got everything that I was hoping to tell you, but I hope that you did get to learn something. And again, thank you for bearing with us. So that'll be it.
Can you tell me? There we are. I have a couple of quick announcements. So after this, we've got a half-hour coffee break. Please go and speak to our vendors. If you're needing the open fifth stamp, you're going to have to come and speak to me because I'm not at the table, so hunt me down. The questions that we've had here, we are taking notes of them all, so they will be available in the conference materials, which will be available, and we'll fill in those extra bits that you said that we'd add as well. Next, after this, we have workshops next door. So if you're signed up for any of the workshops, please go to room 109. If you're here for lightning talks and other presentations, then it's back in this room, and I'm going to hand over to Kate very quickly.
Thanks, Lauren. Thanks, Alexander. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, it is 11 o'clock, so I think that's my start time. I'm going to start. We're just going to start running, and I'll stop when I'm tired, or at 10 minutes. So I am me, and that is I'm Brian. I work at Nashville Public Library, and I do Aspen for Nashville Public Library and Metro Nashville Public Schools. In Aspen land, I'm Brian Jones on Slack and Jira. Everywhere else, I'm Librarian Brian, if you can find me. So today I'm going to talk to you about why Aspen is awesome in 2025. Some of this is why I personally think Aspen is awesome, and some of this is what the community said when I asked them, what do you think is awesome about Aspen? First, it's free software. This is the important part for me. That is, free as in freedom, not free as in beer. If it wasn't copyleft, I wouldn't be here. So Aspen is an enterprise open source success story, and we should lean into that a lot more. So it's actually an enterprise open source success story of 3 different projects. So Viewfind, Pika, Pika is an enterprise, and Aspen, and at least 5 different support companies. All right, so that satisfies the needs of libertarian capitalists. But if you are a mature, conscientious person, you know that free software is the only ethical software, and it should be the default for governments. I just mildly criticized laissez-faire capitalism. I believe that puts me on a terrorist list. Someone keep a tally. All right, because we're just getting started. All right. It supports 7 ILSs. This slide speaks for itself, and it also speaks to how much value Aspen adds because most of these ILSs have their own discovery component or product. All right. It's also a CMS, which means you can build websites with it. CMS, Content Management System, I think that's what that means. So, and everything you build in these websites is 100% indexed and searchable within Aspen, making that content that much more discoverable, not to mention a uniform UX between your website and your catalog. All right, and it's a calendar. So everything I just said, amazing keyword index and searching, full-featured, robust web builder, and a calendar, and it's open source. Aspen is the best piece of library software ever made. So when I first did these slides, I had these caveats that were like, it's the best piece of open source library software. It's the best piece of user-land library software. No, Aspen is the best piece of library software ever made. And I know a lot of people that make Aspen are in the room or are watching, but don't worry, there's more slides later. All right. So some other cool things that it can do is it can group records. So it takes all the formats of one particular work and it glues them together. It has vendor integrations, so it integrates with all the most popular licensors of digital content. Even the ones that are trying to destroy libraries by privatizing them, don't worry, they're not here. Only the good vendors are here. All right. Side loading. Any data that can be put in a spreadsheet can be indexed and searched by Aspen, which is amazing. Thank you, James, for teaching me how to do that. Ask me later, I'll teach you how to do it if you don't know how to do that. All right, translation mode. So finally, we can just change any word to any other word that we want it to be. We don't have to put in a ticket with the jobber and be insulted when they say, well, add that to your dev queue, right? We can just change all the words. And changing all these labels feels like a hack because what this is really about is creating portable translations of any language. So what did Jason Griffey say earlier about hyperlocal? Yes. hyper-local translations, and they're shareable. You can make little variations on them. I need to stop riffing. I only have 10 minutes. All right, linked accounts. So when I was a book librarian, I get these emails from folks, occasionally religious extremists, I assume, who would say, the library is evil and you only have evil books. And I would say, well, we have these books, maybe you think they're good, right? And that was fun to be able to be like, hey, we have books that you think are not evil, believe it or not. So now that I'm a computer librarian, the emails that I get are, I have 5 kids and I have to log in and out to see their accounts. How do I fix that? And I'm like, well, there's this thing called linked accounts. You can just log into one account and see them all. And that's awesome. For all these reasons, Aspen is awesome. I didn't even mention LiDA. Aspen solves so many problems for large consortiums, small libraries, school libraries. Here in Nashville, we have a big urban school district. Aspen solves the library catalog problem. And even corporate libraries, there's a chemical library in Germany, Aspen. It's amazing. Okay, so I went to the planning committee and I said, hey, I did the keynote. And they're like, Brian, you're not famous enough. You have no affiliations with one-name universities in the Northeast. Your slides are minimal. Your breath smells like black coffee and ranch dressing mixed together. It's just like, you cannot be the keynote. And I said, well, if that is the case, Aspen is awful in 2025, okay? So like I said, I'm often irreverent, and everything I say here is in jest and because I like Aspen a lot, I want to make it better. All right, so it's free software. Oh, great. All of the chaos in this project the last 2 years really incentivizes stakeholders to choose Aspen over a different product. And no, it's open source. Is it really open source if it's impossible to install on your own? All right. It supports 7 ILSs. Oh, great. We just have to have 7 different dev teams. And all those settings are all mixed together. And for some reason, the arrogant crassholes at Nashville have their own driver called Nashville PHP. Now, they use the Carl X PHP driver, but there's another one in there just called Nashville PHP. All right. All right. It's a CMS. Okay. There's the Unix philosophy, which says, do one thing and do it well. This feature bloat is the opposite. All right. And it's a calendar. This hole just got twice as deep. All right. And then this is a good segue to the next slide. Because every time I hear about new features for Web Builder or new features for events, I think, wow, I really want new features for record grouping. Now, record grouping is a cool feature. It works when the author and title match, and the author and title never match. So this feature, oh, well, we'll just go to the next slide. All right, vendor integrations, another great segue. We have to code around their terrible metadata. Don't worry, they're not here. The good vendors are here. All right. All right. Side loading. Oh, you can load MARC records into it. Core functionality of all 7 of the ILSs. Who cares? All right. Translation mode. The devil needs no advocate, okay? And we must be skeptical of AI and its many false prophets, but AI has probably made this feature irrelevant. All right, linked accounts. All right, so it's been Books Week. That's really cool. And the devil needs no advocate, but sometimes good people do. So a lot of my colleagues from Texas and Oklahoma are here. And in Tennessee and Texas and Oklahoma, Christian nationalists are censoring books and harassing librarians. And I think I just broke the law again, if you're keeping a tally. So I want to advocate for all those librarians that are being harassed, not just in Texas and Oklahoma and Tennessee, but all over the country. So I started by, okay. And of course, the book censors know what books they don't like because Aspen works so darn good, right? And they can find all the books that they want to censor. So I started by saying it was ethical to use open source, and it is, but any piece of technology can be used for good or evil, right? But let's just make sure that Aspen is not used for surveillance, censorship, persecution. Everyone in this room today, let's commit that we use Aspen for equity, justice, and liberation. All right, thank you. Find me.
So you're here for Yes and what the promotion of libraries and open source can learn from improv comedy. I'm Lauren Purton. I'm a marketing executive at OpenFifth, formerly PTFS Europe, if you're not familiar with OpenFifth yet. I joined in October 2024, so it's my 1-year anniversary next week. Thank you. And this is a new industry for me. And one of the things that really surprised me coming to this industry was just how much libraries and open source software seems to need to justify and explain itself on things that people know in this room is self-evident. You tell someone something's free, you can just read this book, you can use this software, and they're wondering what you're going to take from them. So in an oblique way, and with a few more extra steps that I don't have time to cover here in a lightning talk, that brought me to Yes and improv, and how we can use that to look at talking about libraries and open source. So what I'll be covering is why improv, yes, and other principles, application to libraries and open source, and what we can start practicing today. The time limit also means that there's no time for games or activities, which might be a relief or a disappointment, depending on how you feel about that. But hopefully you'll leave with some new ideas on how you can communicate, particularly around misconceptions around libraries and open source software, and also just communication in a broader sense too. So what is improv? Improv stands for improvisational theatre or comedy. One definition from the internet is that it's a form of unscripted performance. Instead of relying on pre-written dialogue or even sets and props or traditional theatre, improvisers can create scenes based on loose scenarios. An assumption I had about improv is that it is chaotic, with no script and random suggestions. Sounds completely anxiety-inducing. However, there are actually important underlying structures and practices that people use to be effective at it. In preparation for this talk, I attended a single solitary intro to improv class over the summer. And on the train to Brighton, I asked my wife, "What are you going to talk about at the class today?" To which she responded, "I'm sure that's exactly not the point in the whole thing." When improvising, we need to let go of our expectations and assumptions. We don't control where a story's going, we don't control the scene, and it can be difficult to accept that and to yield control, but we do have an important role in shaping it. We're not competing or trying to win. Rules of improv. This isn't an ISO standard. We're not going to find it in Jason Griffey's book. And the rules will vary depending on the group, and the extent to which they're observed may depend on the individual or the scene. I'm not going to look at all of those. I'm just going to look at the 3 that I think are most pertinent, which is say yes and, add new information, and don't block. Yes and, that's the classic improv line, creates the story. It requires active listening, noticing what the person is communicating, the offer or the opportunity, accepting it and acknowledging it in your response. And accepting it doesn't always mean that you're agreeing with them. It just means that you're finding the offer and you're going to use it to shape the next thing of what you're going to say. There may be several offers in what a person has said. You can pause and consider which one you're going to use. And then when it's your turn, it's time for rule 2, which is add new information. Rule 3 is don't block. So this happens when offers aren't taken. It stops the idea that was offered and those that would have been generated from it, and it breaks the flow and can inhibit participation thereafter. If I feel like I've been blocked on something, I'm likely to shut down a little bit. I'm going to be hung up on the block rather than being in a space where I can create new ideas and share. And just to note, this improv approach is great for idea generation and creativity, but there are some times when you're needing to kind of whittle things down where you will have to block off courses of action, and that's fine too. So don't block. I can block or I can be blocked. When you are blocking something, it might be by accident. It can be rooted in a moment of fear. You might want to take control of the story. You might not be feeling listened to and you're just going to regain it yourself, or you might be being intentionally disruptive because it can be fun. So when that's happening, can you identify why someone or yourself is blocking something? Is there a barrier that you can overcome to find the offer in someone's block, or to get a better understanding of your own reasons for wanting to control the conversation? Can we notice any assumptions that are held up in the dialogue? No but. To stop blocking, we need to overwrite our internal knee-jerk no but, or its barely disguised yes but. If in my turn in a scene I say, "We're on the moon," your role isn't to say, "No, we're in Nashville." It's to say, "Yes, and it's over on with space bunnies." What you're doing is noticing and accepting my offer, you're acknowledging it, and you're adding new information that I will then build on in my turn. You had no control over me saying that we're on the moon, and I had no control over you saying that we're adding space bunnies. What we're doing is sharing and co-creating a story and acting with generosity. Applications to libraries and open source. So libraries, open source communities, and improv share some key features. They have an openness to participants or patrons. They build on what already exists, whether that's an existing knowledge or code base or the last offer, and collectively make something that's bigger than the individual could do by themselves. Some views some people may hold, and I'm sure they aren't in the room with us now, but they do exist, are that libraries are irrelevant in a world with the internet, Google, and AI, and that open source is less secure, too techy, or outdated. If your blood pressure is rising seeing that slide, then I invite you to notice that and try to understand why. As a newcomer, I can't imagine how frustrating it must be to constantly relitigate these views again and again, year over year. The instinct at that point might be to kind of roll your eyes and effectively shut down that line of communication. You've got your counterpoints loaded from the previous conversations about it, and in a sense, your script is pre-written. But whilst your intent here is to clarify and educate, what you're actually doing is extinguishing an area of curiosity that can be explored. We might block our partner, take control of the story, and not be picking up on their offers. Instead, let's build together a scene of shared discovery. In many assumptions and misconceptions, there's still a truth at the root of it. There's a reason someone holds these beliefs, and if you get to that truth of what they're saying, you can then use it. You should see it as a request to add more information or a test for your ideas, and you can become enriched by this yourself and change your own points of view. So, libraries are irrelevant in a world with the internet, Google, and AI. How can we say yes and to this? Yes, the internet and AI have transformed how we access information, and libraries have a critical role in making sure that everyone can benefit from them. Yes, tech has changed access to knowledge, and that's why libraries evolve alongside these changes to help people learn how to safely access and navigate information. Yes, open source can seem complicated or technical at first. That's why the open aspect is so powerful. The development and maintenance is transparent instead of locked away out of view, with a global community working to develop and innovate. Open source can seem complicated or technical at first again, but it's surprising to learn how it already powers so much of what we do, and most large companies are already using open source code in some form. What happens when we take the yes and approach is that we stay positive and we both get to feel heard. We invite conversation instead of shutting it down, and we can enrich our own perspectives and ideas. How can we practice this approach today? Start at AspenCon. I'm glad to have appeared early in the schedule, so if you're curious about any of these ideas and approaches that we've discussed, you can use them during the workshops, panels, the less structured discussions such as the coffee breaks, diner rounds, and trivia are all perfect, fertile grounds for exploring and practicing. Notice and shake off expectations and assumptions you may be holding, and accept others' offers and build upon them, without letting go of the purpose of the discussion and the agenda. So, yes, I'm finished, and thank you for joining me. There's a few sources that I used for preparing this, and if you do have any questions, I'll be over at the Open Fifth desk.
My name is Linda Kramer. You can say Kramer. I will respond to it. We say Kramer up in the German community of New Ulm, Minnesota, which is said to be the most German city in Minnesota. I'm the library director at Martin Luther College, and our library website is there if any of you have a laptop and want to be looking as we're talking through things. This is where I live. George probably recognizes the sunflowers from Kansas. So we live on a farm, and this is the only actual picture you will get. They say in presentations you're supposed to have good pictures. You'll see a lot of screenshots today as I'm talking. So I work at Martin Luther College, and we are a small college. We only have about 600 students, a small library staff. 3 of us are full-time, 2 are part-time, and then we have 18 or 19 student workers each semester. We're in New Ulm, Minnesota. As I said, it's in south central Minnesota, about 90 miles from the MSP airport. And we are part of the Traverse des Sioux Library System. That's our consortium, where we share a catalog of Evergreen and Aspen, along with about 38 public libraries in a 9-county region in Minnesota. So we're kind of the oddball. We are a net lender as far as ILL goes, because people who are looking for anything academic borrow things from our library, and then our students, I don't buy bestsellers, they can get those easily from the public libraries. I am not a coder. I'm not a systems person. I'm not a web designer. I am interested in all of these things, but I'm not an expert. However, that stack of note cards, that was before we moved to Aspen as our website, that was the homework I did. So I've read about this. So I haven't taken classes, but I've read a little bit about how to do this. So let's think about using Aspen as your library website. A lot of what I say is going to be Brian's words with screenshots. He stole a little of my thunder. It's great. He had better words for a lot of the things, so listen to what he said. If you're not using Aspen as your website, would you think about why you're not? Is it required to have a specific website from your county or your city or your college? Is it tradition? We've just always had this other site. Is it because of the learning curve? Is it because of the perceived limitations or actual limitations of using Aspen as your website, or is it because of something else? Also think about how many platforms you are using in your library. So think about your website, your catalog, something for article search, something maybe like LibGuides or Subjects Plus, your ebook platforms, Wowbrary, calendar and event scheduling things, and then like room reservation software. How do your patrons move between all of those? How many of you had 5 or more in your head? How many of you had 10 or more in your head? Yeah, like we use a lot of different things to get the information to our patrons. So our platforms, we were on, when I arrived in 2014, we were on Circe Dynex. We had a few EBSCO ebooks and we were using EBSCO Discovery. A few books in Overdrive. 2015, we migrated to Sierra. We added WordPress and Subjects Plus. The WordPress was the college's website that they're still using. 2023, we moved to Evergreen and Aspen together, and then we have StackMap and MessageBee for some additional things for our people to be able to find things. Before Aspen, if our students were doing research, this was their path. Start at the website. There were 2 search boxes on the website. So if you're looking for books, you go to the search box for the catalog, then it takes you to the catalog. If you're done finding your books, you want to look for articles, you go back to the website, find that search box, and then you're done with your articles. Now you want to find ebooks. Some of them, the EBSCO ebooks, were in Discovery. If you were looking in Overdrive, you had to go to Overdrive or Libby to find them. If you needed help with passwords, you had to go back to the website or to the Subjects Plus guides. If you needed a list of all the databases we subscribed to, you had to go to the website again or the guides. If you needed help, you had to go to the website to find the librarian directory. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Yeah, it's kind of tricky, especially for a freshman student who hasn't maybe had a good school library and their parents didn't take them to the public library and they're coming in fresh to us and they don't even know how to check out a book or where to return it when they're done. This is a big deal. So using the library pre and post Aspen, this is where we would find things. So you can see pre-Aspen how many of those things we were doing in different places. Now we do all of those in Aspen. The asterisk is EBSCO Discovery, and I will talk about that a little more in a bit. So our goals when we migrated to Aspen were to try to keep as much in Aspen as possible, to match the college's branding and layout as much as possible, because otherwise they probably weren't going to let us do this, and to do what makes sense. I'm a pretty practical person, and I want it to make sense for our library staff and our patrons. So let's talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. First of all, the good. The menu consistency. Brian had a word for this. I can't remember what it was. It's the same look no matter how or what you're doing in the library website. So if you're looking for a book, it's that. If you're looking for the featured items, which is our browse categories, you've got that same menu. If you're looking for the discovery search, everything is in that same menu consistency. One thing, lots less for people to get jarred from moving back and forth. Side loads, they are wonderful. I love them so much. So we have a project where we have 7 sections of a class looking for books on the same topic every single semester. We have a lot of books on this subject, but they're like the first 25 people to the library get them and then they're gone. So it used to be you had to know that you had to go somewhere else to look to see if we had an ebook. Now it's right there, side-loaded into Aspen, and they can find it. The regular book's checked out, the ebook is available, and they're available for unlimited users, so nobody goes away without any information. The Overdrive API is the same thing, so this is an example where we have a physical book, an e-audiobook through Overdrive, and then an EBSCO ebook. The patron searches for the title, and they see all of their options all at once. That was my favorite thing about Aspen when we were looking at our options moving into the migration, was having the grouped works and everything there together. For Web Builder, we can have quick links on all of our pages. So we have this quick links information. This is our landing page at the top. Is just that information that people might need to get to quickly. But on all of our other web builder pages, we just have that accordion collapsed, and it's right there for them. So if they want to get it, they can. The website search includes Aspen information. We actually have it searching Aspen. We have it searching a few select pages of our college website that are historical and have some good information for people. But then it shows, you search for something like history, it'll show you we have some databases also on history, and then the Explore More also gives some ideas. Uploading PDFs, we don't use it often, but we have a journal that we own the copyright to. Used to have to go back to the website, find it under something like special collections, and you could get the PDF of the issues. Now you search for the name of that title. You can either go down to the bound periodicals section of the library, find the physical copy, or download the PDF. It's great. And then web resources. Again, used to have to go somewhere else to find all of our website or our databases that we subscribe to. Now we have them all there in one place under web resources. Again, in that same ecosystem with those same menus so people aren't moving back and forth. Placards are so useful for certain things. Again, I mentioned that that project where a lot of people need to use the same resources. So we have a placard saying, hey, if the shelf is empty, remember we've got some ebooks for you. Or remember we have this database that might be what you're looking for. We don't have a lot of placards, but we use them judiciously. And then the basic and custom pages are great. This took me a little while to wrap my head around, and somebody, I can't remember who it was that did a webinar, it was a 30-minute webinar on the basic and custom pages, and it just clicked for me. You put your information into the basic page, you feed the basic pages into the custom page, and you might feed it into 15 different custom pages. If you need to make a change in something, you change it on your basic page and it flows through to all of those custom pages. Now maybe this is the way a lot of other parts of the world work. I will tell you, in our old website, it did not work that way. And we would have similar information in 5 or 6 different pages, and if we changed it, we had to remember every last place. And then, 6 months later, somebody would say, Linda, that link isn't right? Right? Because we missed a spot. So here we fix it once and it's good to go. For our patrons, it's easy to use. Aspen is so easy to use. We didn't do any sort of, here's how our new catalog works, workshops or pages or anything like that when we migrated, because it just works. You put your words in and things pop up, that useful resources that you can have. For our staff, it's great because it's a single admin site. So remember how many of those different platforms? We had to learn all of those before and the back ends of them. Now, once in a while, we might have to go in and touch something there, but for the most part, I'm just living in Aspen. And almost any employee can use it. Now, if you have somebody who's often in your small libraries in the rural communities, right? You might have a 75-year-old person who hasn't had a lot of tech experience. They figured out the catalog. Maybe they're not going to be able to administer Aspen. I think any of my library staff, even though they're not all super tech savvy, I think they could figure it out. And then the community. Oh, the community. You guys are great. A lot of you have helped me with questions in Slack. I've stolen a lot of CSS. Thank you to everyone who knows CSS and puts those snippets in there to help those of us out who aren't experts in that. And then the documentation is there. And sometimes in the Slack channel, you're so helpful and say, Linda, it's in the documentation. Here's the link. Thanks, Mer. I appreciate it. No, but always very nicely done, right? So, is it all sunshine and roses? Well, kind of a lot of it is. But there are some things that maybe could be better. What do we do if there's things that we find that we don't like? So we can put in for development or changes if it's a big deal and a lot of people think that it might be a useful thing, right? Maybe somebody says, and as I'm going through some things later, if you say, Linda, we can already do that, like wave your hand and I won't keep talking and saying we can't do it if we actually can. But we can share that information, right? Like, hey, this is a really neat thing we can do. I set this up almost 2 years ago now. Something might have changed in the background that I missed. So let's share those ideas. And maybe I just have to live with it. Maybe Linda doesn't get everything Linda wants. We'll see how it goes. See what you guys all think. All right, so I'm calling these the bad, but they're probably not terrible. The catalog has a website feel to it. That's how we have ours set up, that the landing page, our landing page is not our browse categories. Our landing page is an information page. We'd had the catalog for a few months already. A former library staff person who knew the library really well came in one day and he goes, "Linda, where's the search box? How do I find a book?" So we had built it so much as the website and the catalog, and it's all wrapped together. He had just missed that there was a search box there because it wasn't as big as the old one. It wasn't in the middle of a web page and things like that. I just kind of laugh about that one. But we do have to be sure people know that the search box is there. If you're doing the custom pages and you have multiple columns, the blocks can look a little clunky sometimes. So these two aren't too bad. They're almost the same amount of information in them. So when those two are side by side, they look pretty good. But if you have two that are side by side and then the information's way longer in one than the other, and you have all the accordions open, or you don't have accordions at all, and then these cells are just kind of all there and you've just got weird blocks of white space. White space isn't terrible, but it's not, I've tried to figure out ways to make that better. We have a lot of text. Like I said, not a lot of pictures. I'm a word person, but also in doing some of my research on websites, you don't want to have pictures that are just there to have pictures, right? Our students are phone-based. I mean, my kids fill out their FAFSAs on the phone. Drives me crazy, right? But they're on their phones all the time. So often when they're using our instance of Aspen, they're on their phones. So they don't need pictures, so they have to scroll down and down and down. But when you get a long list like this, especially on a computer, then it just kind of looks a little, I don't know. It's just not great. We tried for a while having them in 2 columns so that you didn't have such a long list. Then I had to alphabetize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because when you do shrink the screen size, they feed in like that instead of doing this column and then that column. And then if you need to add a new one in there and you don't want to be lazy and just stick a single one in a new row, which did happen a few times, you have to reorder each of them kind of manually, moving those custom pages cells around. All right, here's our asterisk, EBSCO Discovery. So we have EBSCO Discovery set up to come in to Aspen Discovery. You're like, Linda, why are you using 2 different discovery services? We don't use EBSCO Discovery for everything because we have that relationship with our public libraries. And all of their materials show up in Aspen. And we can't load their materials into our EBSCO Discovery system. EBSCO Discovery, the way we had it, and maybe we just didn't try hard enough, it also didn't show real time, is it checked out, is it here, you couldn't place a hold and things like that. All right, so we're running EBSCO Discovery within Aspen Discovery. There are some neat things about it. You can do your search. When I would test, the search results were pretty similar between the 2 systems. There is a nice, easy limiter system here in Aspen for full text, peer-reviewed, things like that. But it's back to the way we used to do it, right? You search in Aspen, and now you end up in a new ecosystem. And I didn't like that, and they're like, oh wait, now where am I? Kind of idea. We also, and then once you're in there, then of course you can do more searches and things. And it stays within that EBSCO Discovery. This is also another one where I didn't try very hard because we had kind of already, by the time we discovered this, decided that we weren't going to really promote that you can use the EBSCO Discovery within Aspen. What our ATLA religion database, when we search for something, it just says the article title is unknown. I don't know, you click through to it, the article's there. So we probably could have tried to get that fixed, but we didn't. But it was just kind of a weird little glitch that we saw. So at EBSCO Discovery, we tell people if you're looking for books, whether that's physical books, ebooks, audiobooks, you go to Aspen. If you're looking for articles, you go to EBSCO Discovery. And that's how we are just kind of separating it for people. All right, this is the one right now that I am really wrestling with. I'm auditing a class this semester. I'm taking Western Civ. I never had a Western Civ class in college. So 7:30 in the morning, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it was a Friday. The professor was giving the research assignment, And Aspen was taking, I don't know, 2 minutes to load a page. Every click. It wasn't down completely, but it was very, very slow. He wanted to show people how to get to our JSTOR database and search JSTOR. JSTOR is working just fine over here. But to get to JSTOR, the way people get to it, you go to the library website, you click on the web resources, and then it's 2 clicks to get to it. So it's like we don't have all our eggs in one basket, but you have to put your hand into the basket to get to the other stuff. So we were down for 2 or 3 hours. Now, doesn't sound like that big of a deal. We work with a lot of students who maybe don't plan ahead as far in advance as they should. So sometimes at 7:30, they're coming in and getting their information for their class at 8:30. Judge them if you want. It's the reality, right? So we're trying to figure out, we were scrambling, like, do we put a QR code when you come in the building and have it go to a Google Doc with the links to JSTOR? How do we do this? So we are wrestling with that, and I would love to talk later with anyone who has an idea about that. The ugly, probably just my website, right? It's just not as pretty as most websites, and is it me? Is it a limitation of Aspen? A week ago, I had pretty much decided Aspen can't do it. This is how it's going to be. End of talk, right? And then I thought, Linda, maybe you should try a little harder. So we're going to show some things in a bit that maybe show that it is just me. There are a lot of options. Do we need more? Or do we need more CSS to borrow? Yes. If you are writing CSS for Aspen, would you please share it and tell us what it does? Because honestly, our site was way uglier before I found the CSS that other people had written and borrowed. And I really, really appreciate that. Web builder icons are ugly if they're not consistent. I'll just say it. We spend a lot of time in Canva pulling in the vendor logos and putting them into a consistent size and shape so that our web resources would look like this. If you miss one, this is what it looks like. There's not even a column that lines up the words. It's very annoying. Thank you, Sarah, for agreeing. I would love to see that be improved, that we didn't have to spend that time doing it, that there might be, a column or a block or something. We'll see. If you're not using your graphics as your buttons or your links, then it's very plain. You saw how plain ours is. This is another example of one of our pages, and it's just words on the page. Good, bad, ugly, probably. Again, plain, but the information is there. So here's my wish list, and this is where you all wave your hands if you're like, no, Linda, it already does this. What are you doing? Could the menus at the top have an indicator if that is a drop-down menu, has submenus? I've been to a lot of Aspen sites, and I click on something, and I expect it's going to go somewhere, and then another menu drops down. It's just annoying to me. Does it do this? Can we do it? All right. I would love to see this happen. And these are examples of college websites, not Aspen sites, and how that looks. There's just a triangle that says, yeah, this will drop down. Can we have additional menu bars at the top? This was the biggest sticking point when I got called into the office of our web resource, or our web manager, and she's like, Linda, you changed your library website. And I said, yeah. And she goes, you must have had a really good reason for doing it. And I said, yes, I did. The catalog, it's all together, it's wonderful. She said, well, you need to make it look like ours. And then the first thing she said was, can you add another menu at the top? So especially for college libraries, often there is a library menu, and then above that, there's kind of the college overarching menu. I don't know, is that hard to develop, to do? I don't know, I'd love to see it. I'm not the developer, you guys are the smart ones who maybe can figure it out. And public libraries are doing this too, where there's multiple menus at the top. I would love to see some side menus that could be used in Web Builder. These are really neat because they show you where you are on the page. So we have the breadcrumbs, right, if you're navigating. But these menus from other college library websites really show you where you are in the ecosystem. I will show you in a bit one that I kind of figured out how we can do it, but it's not as cool as this. Bottom menu, this one's not as big a deal, but again, where she wanted me to match theirs, this is the college website's bottom menu. This was as close as I could get it. So I'm not terribly worried about that, but if there were some more options available, I'd use them. This one's really interesting to me. When you are in Web Builder, if you click on something like the audience category for the adults, down in the bottom corner of the page, you preview the URL you're going to click on, right? We're kind of taught to save to do that when we're clicking on links, see where that link is going to take you. When you click on the open resource button, there's nothing there telling you where it goes. Has anybody else noticed this? Yeah. Sarah, you and I, we're just, I don't know why it doesn't do that. I would really like to see that because we kind of try to train our students to avoid clicking on links that aren't trustworthy. I know they're going to trust the library no matter what, right? Why wouldn't you? But I don't know why that's not there. Could we use the full width for Web Builder? So we have it so we can use the full width for the headers and the footers now. I don't know what the reason is why we can't use the full width of a computer screen for Web Builder. I think it would be really neat because then I could add some of those pictures and graphics and things without taking away from the actual content. Because if I add a picture and then my content, I'm down in not much space at all. Just wish list things. Some of the like LibGuides and Subjects Plus, those things sometimes have internal link checkers. Right now, if we want to check our links in Aspen, I think we have to do it manually. And could we have built-in stats? I know there's a presentation tomorrow and some Google things for keeping statistics and things like that. I'm caught between a college and a consortium. And I don't always have the ability to install things or to drill it down to my level. So I don't know, could we have some inherent Web Builder statistics? I'd love to see which pages people are using and which ones I should delete. All right, so let's talk about things that I didn't think we could do in Aspen, but maybe we kind of can. All right, so here's a page. And this is actually how I had ours set up for a little while when I just had changed the colors. So reasonable facsimile. Again, narrow though, you can't kind of make them fatter and easier to read. I can't because I don't know CSS, but you're all gonna share that with me and then I will know how to do it. Okay, what do you think? This one versus that one? Click on the plaque or on the graphic, not too bad. Change the custom cells to 3 across. This one I did pretty well on. This one was fun. So if I would spent another 10 minutes in Canva, I could have done even better. This one I suspect, I didn't go back to the original page. I suspect just the bottom part was clickable with the arrow there. Maybe it dropped down more information, I don't know. So I was able to do it, but that entire graphic would be the clickable part. All right, here we got another set. Pretty close, don't have the little arrows, but otherwise pretty close. This one was set up, it was not full page width, so I got to learn as I was figuring out how to do it and came up pretty close. This one, information page, and then some accordions down below. And this is the quick links one I was saying. I was able to get it reasonably approximated by making those quick links a basic page, making that a very narrow column, and putting that into the custom page. So I think we could do a menu sort of thing that would work. This one, I think the right-hand side, the library news, I think that's probably fed in from a blog. I don't think we can do that. We can do something that looks quite a bit like it. Anything with kind of colors on the side, mine's very, very plain. This one, I don't have the carousel, but I was able to do the graphics with the linked things below. So you could make that work if you wanted to do something like that. This one I had given up on. I thought I can only do 4 columns, right? You just click add 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I went to the help pages, and I found out that you can make that really narrow. So that's the width is 2 instead of 3 or 4 or 6 or 12. And I got it to do 6. I didn't put the time into color. This one too, I thought I'd met my match. Got a picture on the side, got some words and a button. Oh no. This was my Wednesday last week. I did it, you guys, I did it. Canva wouldn't let me grab just a single picture and put it in, so I had to go to a library that I'd visited. This is, I think, Oklahoma State. Again, buttons with a picture. If you shrunk it down to a single thing, reordered differently than these did. This is actually a half width and then 2 quarter width cells. I could not figure out, this is where probably it can be done, but I could not figure out how to put color background into something that was a bunch of links on top of it. Is that possible to do? Is that just a CSS thing or coding? There's a way. Okay, I'm going to talk to the person who knows how. And something like this too? Okay, all right, so it's just me. I figured it might be. Some of these, like the library news and updates and the events, I suspect those are fed in from other sites. Can we do that? Yeah? Okay. All right. It's okay to say it's just me. I'm learning, right? We're all learning as we go. And this one too. This one I thought was beautiful, but again, fed in and colorful and fun. All right, so in the future, my unknown right now is we are going through new branding guidelines for the college, and I think they're gonna be kind of strict, and it's the first time we've kind of been the Wild West and could do mostly what we wanted, and we're getting a new person from probably outside the environment, someone I don't know yet. We're very small, so I know everybody, so it's easy for me to sweet talk people into things. What if I can't talk this person into letting them know how important it is that we have this all in one place? And then that thing about the downtime and putting all our eggs in one basket, that's the one right now I'm really, really thinking about how we're gonna go forward. I don't really wanna do, something else, a web page that then I have to update things in 2 places. I don't know. I would love to hear ideas, like I said. And then moving forward, there are some libraries doing this now. I kind of figured it out on my own, except for the stealing the CSS part, and watching the webinars that were out there, which were great. But if there's a lot of us trying to figure it out on our own, are there some ways we can collaborate? Do we need to form some kind of an interest group or an email group, or just contact Linda if you've gotten stuck on that, because she probably already did and has tried to figure it out and didn't do it very well, but maybe you can figure it out better. Just use our existing resources and connections. Maybe it's just a Slack sub-channel or whatever. But how can we help each other out? Because we're a community, right? And if we've got this really powerful tool that we can put all of this information in, how can we help each other use it better so we're not all just kind of spinning our wheels and struggling with it? As I was preparing, I kind of put a call out for our other libraries that are using Aspen as their website. Some of these are small, some are large. Some just have a page or 2 that is using Aspen as their website. Some are very, very well developed. And so these are the kind of the cream of the crop that I found. I would love it too if we could have a list of those that are using this and see examples and say, well, at least they were able to figure out how to do it. How do I do it now? So I would love to talk now just about any questions you have. Linda, yes, you can do that. Like, how do you do it? How can we make this better? How can we enable more people to use it or to know that they can use it? Just any kind of questions or comments that you might have. And then this is the page that has all those examples that I tried and was mostly successful in doing. Are there any questions, comments?
I actually have a question.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you've ever tried using the Grapes.js option for building pages, or if anybody actually here has, and probably folks from Open Fifth can speak more to it, but I was just curious.
Okay, Kate saw the deer in the headlights look I had with those words. So I guess no is the answer for me. Does anybody else?
Was there? I saw a hand.
All right, has anyone else done that? Or George?
I didn't see who asked that question, but one of my member libraries is using Grapes.js, the Ottawa Public Library in Ottawa, Kansas, not Ottawa, Canada. They get people from Canada asking them questions about the library all the time, and probably vice versa. But if you look up Ottawa, Kansas Library, you should be able to see what they're doing with Grapes.js.
And is that something that is more evolved? What's the difference there?
It's a framework that was put into Aspen. And I think when it was put in originally, it said experimental, but it's just a way of building. You can build a template, and so that you can use the same template to build page after page after page based on a template. I'm not the one that's actually doing that. It's the Derek at the Ottawa Library, which is one of the member libraries in my consortium.
And is that something I can do, or do I need someone smarter to do it? Brian?
Brian wants the microphone, I think, so.
Yeah.
I'm really going for it.
I mean, just to answer your question, Linda, Grapes is an option, and you can just use it. And the folks who developed that are the folks at Open Fifth, and I think the folks that you probably need to talk to are actually in a workshop in the other room. Yeah. So,
Hey, they're in the building.
All the folks who did that, the GDPR program this morning, right?
All right.
Yeah.
We do have a couple of webinars on it as well.
Okay. I love webinars. Okay, thank you.
Just for anybody who didn't hear that, Lauren of Open Fifth said that they have some webinars on grapes, like grapes, like the fruit. They have webinars on that.
Are there any other questions or comments or ideas? I mean, how many of you honestly think you would consider doing this? Okay, a few. The rest of you, why not? What are the reasons that would hold you back from doing this? Is it, how many of you, it's like, I have to use my county or city website? Yeah, some of that, just not the meat of a full CMS. Anybody?
Yes, I mean that's our answer. I mean, like, I'm staring at the back of the head of our of our UX team, right? But I mean that's the answer for us. I mean, we're on Drupal, and just Aspen's the best piece of library software ever made, but Drupal is a monster truck of a CMS, which crushes what Aspen can do. So.
Yeah, and sometimes you've just got so much complexity to your site that it doesn't work. For someone small like us and our little libraries that are in our area, I think it's a possibility. Maybe for the small, maybe more than the big. Yep, another question?
For us, there's 54 libraries in our consortium, so there's a lot of different levels.
Yep.
And so I'm kind of worried that some of our not as tech-savvy people will struggle with it because they already have a lot going on with they're only open 12 hours a week.
Right, and I've wondered two things as we were this morning earlier. Can a consortium person set up a page and then copy it over to other libraries? Yes, okay. So there could be some basic things could be done that way. Do you think you'd have a few that might be interested?
Yes, and that's kind of what I've been thinking about doing is just for those that aren't tech savvy or don't want to go deep diving into theirs, is make them just a basic one.
Yeah.
Because that covers all of the things that they need to have, their hours, the basics.
Yeah, and then if others wanted to jump in and have a little more, possibly you train them and,
Yes, so
and give
at
them the
least
permissions.
even our small ones would have at least some type of web presence
Right.
that's not Facebook.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just need that basic, right? That it's an actual website and not you have to log into Facebook to get to it. Any other questions or comments?
I am getting there.
Hi, Linda. It's Samir. Some of the stuff that you have in there, you can talk to me later. There are methods we can do to achieve some of those things that I've used, so I can show you some of those. But I think in terms of like, oh, it doesn't look as good as other websites. So like the thing about Aspen Bootstrap, it's like Bootstrap 3, right? My ideal vision, it's going to take so much work, but moving Aspen to Bootstrap 5 is going to be like, I think once we do that, we'll have like Flex and like all these other options. You could just put cards in it, all of that. Like Aspen, Bootstrap 5, if people want to fork do it with me. Let's just do it and just like see if we can get it to work.
I love potential and people who either know how to make it happen or will work on making it happen.
There are more questions.
So I got a microphone. Linda, you are doing an amazing job. Like those examples that you did where you looked at what someone else was doing and then you tried to replicate it yourself, fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and I think we've talked a little bit before on Slack. And I will say my whole, we have the Drupal website, same as Nashville, but when we first came over to Aspen, my library gave me 4 months to do nothing but Aspen. It was the most amazing time of my career, but unfortunately, that is not what I can do anymore. But I'd be very happy to help.
Excellent. And time is a consideration too. Anytime you're making a change, right? That it's big and scary and time consuming too. Go ahead, Jen.
Hey, I don't know if this is a question for you or a question for Bootstrap 5 back in the back, but I was curious about the...
Ask it.
We're in the middle of like accessibility upgrades for Drupal, and that's going to drip into everything because of like laws that have changed that are going to affect next year. What's the accessibility score or like compliance with Aspen? I actually have no idea. Does anybody have any idea? Is that like a let's talk later kind of a question? But it's also kind of a why not do a website because we have to comply with these laws by April, I think.
So I will probably end up passing the mic to like a dev, but as far as I remember, Aspen is already WCAG 2.1 AA compliant, and you can also set it in layout settings to AAA. And I am instinctively walking to Kirsten if she would like to. If she would like to add anything. But I'm sure if we move to Bootstrap 5, we would still be compliant and meeting all that. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Sarwin?
Yeah, I was just going to say, when I worked for a consortium of rural libraries in Colorado, a lot of them had to have their town websites. So what they did was create pages in Web Builder and not call it their website. So you can do that too.
Yeah, it may come down to that for us. We have a pretty page on the college website, but all the information is over here. Right? It's just information about the library. So I appreciate that comment. That's great. Anything else?
I will also add that there are quite a few libraries that are using Aspen as a website, and I love to use them as an example. So, for example, Medville Public Library, they have it as a homepage. I think it's really beautiful. Is it already? Yeah, it's there. And also the entire current Aspen Help Center. That's
yes.
Which I think is pretty amazing.
And I was looking at the schedule this morning. I'm like, oh, look, they embedded a table within a drop down. So I
gotta say, it's not always the easiest to maintain, right? The tables, but it does require a little bit of effort at the moment to just make it look super slick and modern. So, but when Mary was speaking, there were so many nods in the room. It sounds like there's a new work group coming or new users group coming.
And a little bit of it even is, last week, I've been frustrated since the beginning. I couldn't insert a horizontal rule. I would put it in and it would disappear. And I finally asked on Slack. And there was a setting that my admin had to click a button. So there were things that I thought I'd be able to do and I couldn't, and it was just because I didn't ask enough questions. So ask the questions. Annoy the people who answer the questions in the Slack channel if you want to get better, right? And then someday maybe you can be the person who helps answer some of the questions too, or gets up and speaks in front of a big scary group of people. Not scary people, like just scary like the speaking part. Is there anything else? I really appreciated the discussion. Okay. Is that it? I think I'm the last thing in front of lunch, right?
No, we still have Lizzie joining us from the UK.
Excellent.
In 20 minutes, yes.
Okay. Well, then I think we can have a little break before then. Is that good? All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please give me a wave because I can't hear you. Great to see everyone. So I'm Lizzie Todd. I'm the Senior Development Manager for stock and digital services at Sefton Libraries in the UK. So I don't expect anyone to know where Sefton is. So just to give you a quick overview of where it is, if you find Liverpool, go slightly north, that's Sefton. We don't have the Beatles, we don't have the football clubs, but we do have a lovely coastline. So yeah, so I'm Scouse adjacent. So if we just back on with our presentation. So in Sefton we have 6 public libraries, and we have 35,000 active borrowers and about 750,000 annual loans and counting. We've been using open source software for over a decade now. We first got interested in Kawa in 2014 and went live in 2015. And then we started using Aspen Discovery in 2022. And then we started using the app LiDA in 2024. So we've been using the app for just over a year now. And we were the first in the UK to start using the LiDA Europe version, which happened kind of very quickly, thanks to OpenFifth. So I've had an account management meeting with our account manager, Fiona, and I mentioned that I'd been spying on everyone in North America, and I noticed that you had this cool app, and I really wanted the UK to have a version of it because it looked like it was really easy for our customers to use, and it was a nice expansion of our current Aspen site. And luckily Fiona had just got a demo on her phone that was sideloaded, so she let me have a play with it. And then a couple of weeks later, we got our version that we could test, and then really not long after that we were flying. And ever since then, you know, the staff and the customers have all loved it. It's been great. So if I just go on to our next slide, here's a couple of screenshots of what our LiDA looks like. So we didn't do any custom branding or anything because we quite like the blue. It goes with what we've already got. But we really enjoy from a technical side that you can change stuff in Discovery and it just populates over to LiDA without having to think about it. You don't have to change it twice. You're not managing multiple systems in the way you would if it was a completely separate situation, because it's all using an API. And our customers really like how easy it is to use. And it's really quite fun to see them wandering around with their phones out trying to do a scan and go. That's, you know, it's always good seeing someone using it, and it reduces the burden on our staff at the circulation desks, and it also reduces the need for our self-service kiosks as well, which reduce costs and means we can actually do more with the staff we've got. So here's a bit of what other people have said, not just me. So in stock services, in the top and the blue, one of our staff said that they liked it because they don't have to think about managing another system. And then one of our customers has said that they found it much easier to manage the kids' library books because they're not searching around for the library cards because they've just got it all on LiDA with linked accounts. And they said they found that much easier. So it's just all in one place. And then, you know, I've had a library assistant say that it's so easy to use, even customers who aren't confident using apps are using it. And then my absolute favourite was when a young lady came to the circulation desk with all the holds that had come in after she'd been around the shop and scanned the back of every book that she wanted to buy. And she just, you know, started telling us about how she'd saved so much money by using the library. And that was just fantastic to see the joy on her face. So it's been a really fantastic journey, and we've really enjoyed using it, and it's not been an additional burden on our very small stock and systems team. And working with OpenFifth has meant that there's been very little in the actually getting it up and running and maintaining it that we've had to do, because it's all done by them, which I'm sure it's been quite a burden for them, but not for us. So we're quite glad that they're willing to take on that challenge. And then looking to the future, these photos are completely unrelated. Those photos are of all the different activities the children have been doing at the library over the summer. But looking to the future for LiDA, we'd like it to have even more features and be more like Discovery, more, with the campaigns, because that's something that would be really great to have on LiDA. Just a little, woohoo! You've achieved this, and the library savings as well. So the lady who came over with the massive stack of loans could actually, see the monetary amount in her app as well, and then expand the event and room bookings, because we'd like to have a lot more reporting, and then also so it saves you details, so it's all in one place and really, customer friendly, and just more reporting in general. We love some good reporting, because it means we can tell our stakeholders just how fantastic we're doing. And then we've got an extra special, something that my library assistants have been like, you need to tell them, we need new facts. We need more library facts for the loading screen, because all of the customers are going, oh, isn't that fantastic, 122 years? And our staff are like, yeah, I've heard that for the 20th time today. So it would be absolutely fantastic to just have a few more facts. So we are happy to supply facts. That one might be a direct to OpenFifth. I will send you an email with facts. But yeah, so it's just been a fantastic journey so far, with Aspen and with LiDA. And it's been great to be able to encourage other library services to join in. And the use of the app has actually promoted our service more than we were expecting, because we've had people tell their friends about scanning books in shops and then being able to pick them up from the library instead of paying quite a lot of money to get them at the shops. And it's been, absolutely fantastic for promotion and also for our staff and our customers. So it's a win-win-win-win-win. So yeah, it's been great. And that's all I have to say. I hope you all enjoy your lunch, because it is lunchtime where you are. I am going to go and enjoy my dinner because it's 6:30 in the evening. Thank you all for listening. It was very short and sweet, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye.
So hi, I'm Kelly. I'm a systems librarian at the McKinney Public Library in McKinney, Texas. And I specialized the past 6 years in front-end development and customization in Koha and Aspen Discovery, among many other things. I have a background in design and web design, and an innate love for UI and UX, and that's what I want to talk about today as it pertains to Aspen Discovery. So first, I want to clarify the topic a little bit and define what I mean when I say UX and UI. So first, UI stands for user interface, which is it refers to the visual and interactive elements a user employs, like screens, buttons, icons, text fields, keyboards, and gestures. It's what allows users to achieve their goals with minimal effort, and this is what makes Aspen so intuitive to use. UX stands for user experience, which refers to the process of a person's perceptions, emotions, and behaviors while interacting with the system, influenced by factors such as design, branding, and context. This is the part that reinforces your Aspen instance and what sets you apart from other libraries, as well as what makes it so enjoyable for your patrons to use. So Aspen Discovery automatically comes with some wonderful UX and UI features, but as part of an open source community, there are many opportunities for customizations and enhancements you can apply to your own instances. So I kind of want to start by highlighting some of the inherent features of Aspen and provide some examples of how I've utilized them in our own instance. And then I'll snowball into some of the more technical and out-of-the-box solutions that we've come up with since the past 4 years of implementing Aspen and McKinney. So hopefully this will provide you some inspiration. I will get a little bit technical, but not too technical, just so that you can come up with some more ideas for your own instances as well. So the main inherent UX UI solution of Aspen that I want to talk about first is the ability to customize themes within the Aspen admin. It includes the ability to create your own header and footer and logo. It also lets you define color schemes throughout the pages in your Aspen instance. It even uses a built-in contrast checker to check compliancy for vision impaired users, because it's just good UX practice to be accessible as well. My favorite feature, because I love front-end customization, is the additional CSS editor that lives inside the theme customizations module. It lets you drill down and target specific classes and IDs in the Aspen source code, so you can get really nitty-gritty into your personalization. Each theme can have its own functionality and personality. So this is our kids catalog. I presented on this last year at AspenCon, and then I also wrote an Aspen Weekly on it if you want to scan that QR code to see how it's set up. This version of our catalog not only has a juvenile-only collection that we scoped out of our parent theme, it also has its own sub-brand, different colors set up in the theme, and much more minimal navigation than our main theme. This is an example of one of the benefits of having the flexibility of themes and themes customization in Aspen. At this point, we're up to 3 different themes. So it's our main theme, this children's theme, and then we also have a test theme, which I highly recommend setting up a test location if you want to play around with cool UX, UI design stuff and test it out before you go live on any of your public themes. Okay, to talk a little bit more accessibility, Aspen has unique preferences that you can configure for your patrons to enable on their own browsers when they're using the catalog. These include different language options that you can make available from the backend that patrons can choose from the top of the Aspen banner, up on the top right there. Keep in mind the audience or patronage that you're serving when you're configuring these options. So you might not want to offer every single language, but keep in mind who you're serving and offer those so that they can choose their own. Aspen also recently added their ability to offer patrons high contrast in dark mode, which I just got done configuring, and this is an example of it here. That's going to go on our main catalog pretty soon. This gives the user the option to select a version of your themes that may be a little easier on the eyes for people like myself that might have certain visual sensitivities or get migraines if they're looking at too bright of a screen. It's just good UX to offer them different solutions for that. These can be configured in the themes module as well, and when you're done with the configuration, you just add that version in the backend by dropping it into a list in your locations, and then the user, when they're logged into their account, can go into their preferences and select that option, and it will save it for their next use too, which is awesome. For different themes and locations, you can do a lot with a little to make each one stand apart. So these are 3 different animated banners that I made. It's probably the thing I get asked about the most, so I want to really quickly kind of talk about how I did it. It will get a little technical, but I'm going to offer you the code there, and I'm always happy if you want to pull me aside to help you through this. So basically, I used a bit of CSS to layer in the animation as a background image from a URL and put that into the Aspen header wrapper ID. Then I made a media query and the CSS, a media query. So it's going to call a different image for when you scale down to mobile. Both of these URLs are calling from images that are hosted in a GitHub repository. I then uploaded the logo itself as a transparent PNG into the Aspen admin. That kind of keeps it in its place and makes it function even when you scale up and down. It creates a reliable and pretty magical effect that seems to have made our catalog stand out from others. If you need more details on this, I'm happy to go through it with you. I love answering this question with other libraries. Custom themes carry into custom pages by utilizing the color schemes, fonts, and styles that you set up from the start. They can be used to build basic pages and slightly more robust custom pages from within the Web Builder module in the Aspen admin. The custom page editor is a simple row and column type of configuration that you'll see here on the left, and each one is going to open up into its own little rich text editor or WYSIWYG editor, where you can add links, text, images, and more. And if you want to dive even deeper, you can go into the source code in these WYSIWYGs and add IDs and classes, which you can then call with your themes and style it even further. So I have 2 examples here. One is our resources for kids page, which is just a one-stop shop that's on our kids catalog only. And the other is our book club page. Both of them are going to utilize placards and spotlights and stuff like that so that we can edit our list in the back end and have it show up in the front end pretty seamlessly and easily. So each of these pages are styled differently based on their theme, but they're going to follow the same hierarchy so that our patrons know what to expect from page to page. For a UX example, I want to look at an interesting solution that I built for signing up new users for a digital library card. This user experience is different from our patrons who are signing up through our catalog computer within the library than it will be for those signing up on their own mobile devices. So I used custom CSS and Media Query Magic again to make the registration page responsive. So on the left, you'll see the two different images. They each have their own ID, and when you scale it down, you're going to get a different effect on mobile, because you won't need that QR code when you're on your mobile device. That's going to turn into a button instead. So we've gone pretty much 98% digital cards at this point. We really pushed the Aspen LiDA app as our next step for registration, and that's just a fun little solution that we came up with. You can configure this as well in a rich text editor that's going to live in the ILS account integration in the Aspen primary configuration. You will just, it's basically just an on and off display none with the media query. And lastly, I want to talk about our libcal integration, which is kind of a crazy weird thing I did in Aspen. Basically, when we first started using libcal, we embedded our calendar like this into a iframe in Aspen, but then SpringShare warned us that they were no longer going to support iframes, so I did the opposite thing. I rebuilt the Aspen header and search and navbar, and I put that into libcal instead. The benefit of that is now I have the bones for you here if you want to scan that QR, and you can even put that in other places like GitHub pages, Koha pages, anywhere you can do a single page web app, basically. It's kind of like a holler back to the presentation about using your Aspen as your own web page and keeping it consistent from platform to platform. Yeah, I think I exhausted all the time I have for a lightning talk. I'm always happy to answer more questions if you want to reach out to me directly, if you want to grab me at this conference in the next couple of days, or just send me a message on the Slack channel, and I'm happy to answer that as well. Thank you.
Okay, so here's our presentation today, flexing our collaborative muscles, Hoopla, ByWater Solutions, and the Aspen community. First off, a few introductions here. My name is Bridget Page. I'm with Midwest Tape, Hoopla Digital, and I'm a senior product manager there. My focus is on making sure that your Hoopla collection is discoverable in your catalog, your library mobile app, etc. And also making sure that the patron experience is the best that it can be for you and for your patrons. Youngjin, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah. So hi, I'm Yanjin, and I'm the developer for ByWater Solutions, and I'm mainly working on Aspen Discovery and some e-content things. And I figure, for some reason, my name is actually a little bit hard for the English speaker to pronounce. So anybody want to pronounce my name, just go for it. Whatever the things that you want to pronounce, I will try my best to catch anything that is close to that pronunciation.
Are you going to tell me that I've been pronouncing your name wrong for the last year? Is that what you're getting at?
No, I actually usually don't focus on the pronunciation. Just be like, oh, something similar. That's me.
You'll also notice that we have a third presenter listed here. Juan Barreto is from Hernando County. He's the systems coordinator there, and he participated not only in the project that we're going to be talking with you about today, but he also helped us with this presentation. So we very much appreciate his perspective on this, and he is here in spirit with us. All right, so what are we going to talk about today? This is our little agenda here. First off, we're going to talk about the joint development project that Hoopla and ByWater did to incorporate Hoopla Flex records into Aspen Discovery. We're also going to spend a little bit of time talking about our collaboration in general and what we learned by working together and how you might be able to apply our learnings to maybe your own project that you're doing. Thirdly, we are going to, I don't think, is that a word? I'm not, okay. Third, we're going to talk about how you might flex your own muscles when it comes to getting the needs of your library in front of your vendor. We're also going to talk a little bit about what we are going to be doing together next, because the collaboration is continuing. And then lastly, we're going to have, we hope we're going to hear from you all if you have any questions about the presentation, about topics that we bring up here, or if you have any thoughts about what you would like to see us work on next together. Okay, so the project overview. So Hoopla has long been a part of Aspen Discovery. Specifically, the Hoopla Instant or the pay-per-use records have been incorporated into Aspen Catalog using the Hoopla API. And that, of course, allows patrons to borrow things directly from Aspen Discovery. But the process for incorporating Hoopla Flex records, which are our one copy, one user records, that has been a more manual process. Libraries were letting us know that they wanted an automated solution to bring those Flex records into Aspen and allow patrons to check out or reserve titles like they do today with Instant. And given our close relationship with ByWater and knowing ByWater's commitment to the Aspen community, we felt like this was a great opportunity for us to collaborate on a development project. In the fall of 2024, ByWater brought Youngjin on, and we started talking about how we would go about doing this project to automate Flex. The development happened over the winter time, and then we started testing the enhancement in the springtime. Hernando County was one of the libraries that tested the integration early on, and then they were also the first to go live with it in June 2025. I did want to put in a little before and after screenshot here, because everyone loves a good before and after. So this is actually taken from Hernando County's catalog, their Aspen catalog, and you can see the before shot, before the release. They had 3 items listed for a curse carved in bone. And then after the release, you can see there's actually 4 items there. That's because finally you can see this other copy of the book that they have available through Hoopla. So the project really had a fantastic end, in my opinion, in that we were able to respond to library feedback, save librarians time, no longer have to sideload their Flex records, and we can also get patrons borrowing those Flex titles that the library owns directly in the Aspen catalog. And even better, it sets us up to work together on other collaboration projects. And since the release, we've had 12 libraries who have incorporated Flex into their Aspen catalog, and we're working on more that will hopefully help others get there as well. And Youngjin, you're going to talk with us about this slide.
Yeah, so this is the timeline of how Hernando County Public Library become involved into this Hoopla Flex integration and become the beta tester. So in October 2024, Hernando County moved their car library collection to Hoopla Flex. And in November, ByWater notified the partner libraries that they hired me to work on this Hoopla Flex integration project. And in March, Hernando County attend computers in libraries. So during the time, they spoke with ByWater and Midwest Tape, and they show a lot of interest then we start thinking about, oh, we should invite them to become our beta tester. So that's how it starts. In the May, so we start the testing phase, and we create a test server for Hernando's stuff to do some testing for the Flex integration. In the June, finally, Hernando County went live with Aspen 2506, which included the Flex integration. And now they are enjoying the Flex integration on their catalog.
All right. A quick question here. Has anyone seen the TV series, The Librarians? Only a couple? Come on, you guys. Well, if you like supernatural TV shows, you might want to check out The Librarians. I think the original series came out in like the 20-teens, but they've just done a continuation of it. So now out in 2025, they have The Librarians, The Next Chapter. I thought this was a pretty good representation of, you know, me and Youngjin and Juan working together on this project. So we're going to share a little bit about what we learned during our first collaboration in hopes that you might have the same success on your own, whether you're collaborating with another department at your library or in your municipality or with an outside party. We think it's applicable to all sorts of situations. So the first point is put it in writing. Everyone involved in the project needs to have a basic understanding of the goal of the project before it kicks off. Who's going to be responsible for what the timeline will be for planning, executing, and delivering the product or the project. We did this because we're coming from two separate companies. We did this in a very formal way with a statement of work. This is a template. There are lots of templates available online that you can use if you wanted to do something this formal, but there are lots of other ways that you could achieve the same sort of thing in a less formal manner. You could use Confluence or another wiki, or even just a shared Word document would be helpful. The document is probably going to go through different versions as you talk about the project with the others on your team or on the project team, and that's okay. It gives people something to respond to, and it allows people to say, you know, oh, I see you want this at the end of October, but really it's going to take me until mid-November to finish this up. So that's something that we need to bear in mind at the beginning of a project. The most important thing is that everyone has this document that they can refer to throughout the project to make sure that you're all driving towards the same destination. Next up, establish your communication channels. Your collaboration is only as good as your communication. Or to put it another way, many of the pitfalls that your project may encounter could probably be avoided if you establish those clear communication channels first thing. For the Hoopla Flex project, we started out by meeting every other week and just doing quick check-ins, status calls, basically. But we learned that this was actually too infrequent for us. We needed to be touching base with each other in that way in a more frequent manner. So now we do weekly check-ins. We also had established a Slack channel between our two companies, and I can't stress enough how helpful that has been on both sides. You know, maybe there's this quick question and you don't want to wait and you don't want to send an email that might get lost in someone's inbox. It's really easy to just shoot over a Slack to Youngjin, or you know, if we're seeing that our API is undergoing some stress, we can just shoot a Slack over to Youngjin and be like, hey, are you noticing anything on your side? So it's been really great for that. Now that the Aspen community is using Jira, this is another great way for us to communicate, because we can leave comments in tickets, we can at each other, and we know we'll all be looking at the same thing. Your communication channels, of course, will depend on your project and also your team. You might want to consider things like different time zones if people are in different parts of the country or the world, whether you have people who are fully remote and some people who are in person, and even just communication style preferences. You know, I have a lot of colleagues that are not very comfortable speaking up in a meeting, but they will tell you exactly what you need to do over email. So just kind of understanding that not everyone communicates the same way can be really helpful in a collaboration. And if you are going to be doing meetings, you know, for example, maybe you have a high priority issue that needs to get discussed right away. If you're going to be doing a meeting, making sure that you have a clear agenda about what's going to be discussed is going to help it make sure that people are prepared to talk about those things in the meeting, and consider, you know, maybe you don't need a meeting. If it's not really time sensitive, maybe it is an issue that you can communicate about asynchronously. I think the key is just deciding in advance how you will communicate so that you don't end up having your project derailed or delayed due to miscommunication. Okay, number 3, trust your teammates. Toy Story fans, anyone? Okay, I see some nods. Okay, if you think way, way back to Toy Story 1, and the whole plot was about how Woody did not trust Buzz Lightyear, and it caused all these problems, and it was only when he actually started putting some trust in Buzz that they were able to like save the whole group of toys. So just remember Toy Story when you're collaborating. For anyone who's ever had to do a group project or write a paper with your college classmates, you know how hard it can be to trust the other person when your grade is on the line. Trust me when I say it can be hard to trust someone that you've never worked with before, especially if you are coming from different companies. You know, you don't know if the culture at your organization is aligned with the culture at the other organization, or, you know, maybe you're working with another department, but there's this history between the two departments. You just want to try and put all of that aside as much as possible for the good of the project. It's really paramount that you are starting each project from a place of trust and respect. And chances are that even if you have nothing else in common with the other people on the project, you're probably all aligned in wanting the project to succeed. Youngjin, do you want to talk a little bit about what we did with our project to establish trust?
Yep. So first, it starts with admitting what I didn't know. So just now you already see the overview. She made a slide of what's the differences between flex title and instant title. At that point, when I first joined this project, I have no idea what's the differences and what that compared to other events, why they are so different. Oh, why there's so many different things, just overwhelmed. But anyways, thank you for Bridget's like her expertise and patience. So she walked me through from her perspective. And also with me asking a lot of the questions, like some of the questions they're pretty dumb, but it doesn't matter.
So important.
So yeah, that's how we really build a trust. So by being open, professional, and curious. And beyond that, I think we build a trust in 3 different ways. So first is getting to know each other, not just for what responsibilities that we are assigned for, but what excited us about this project, and even the way that we like to communicate. Second, respecting each other's time. So everybody has the priorities, everybody's busy, so showing up prepared and following through really made big differences. So during the time, both sides was very responsive. That's my favorite part of working with Bridget and her team. And third, we need to have some shared experience. Not need to, but it would be better if we have some, because once you troubleshoot tricky bug together or work through a very complex scenario, you came out the other side with a stronger relationship. So at the end of the day, I would say, even though we still have some different workflow, different perspective, we are still from different company, of course. So I trust Bridget and her team. I know that we share the same goal, which is providing a better experience for the libraries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, if there is anything that happens to disrupt the trust, it's important that you address that right away and head on and come to the conversation from a place of openness and with a desire to figure out what you could do differently the next time to avoid those types of miscommunications or misunderstandings. Was anyone here, did you go to ALA and hear Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer do her presentation? I see a couple of nods. She said something that really resonated with me, which is don't be afraid to apologize. And, I think that's really important to keep in mind. Not only does it show the strength that you have to be able to apologize, but it also shows that you have respect for the other person. All right, over to you, Youngjin.
Yep, so the fourth point, be flexible. So in this kind of collaborative project, everyone have their own set of the responsibilities and timeline. So that means we can't expect everyone to be always available at the same time or have the same level of the focus at every moment. So that's why flexibility isn't optional, but it is essential. The first thing that we have to be flexible is with our time and priority. So we all have other libraries, other member libraries, other partner library, other deadlines, other tickets. So there's a times that when one side can push forward very quickly, but the other side need to pause. For example, I remember when I work on the functionalities of fetching the titles on whole information from the Hoopla API, I noticed hold could be auto checkout, but in Aspen we have that holds ready for pickup displaying in the page. So I brought this up to Bridget and just show her this. Oh, Aspen can do this. What about you? So Bridget and her team needed to investigate this further. So during this time, I just redirect my focus to other part of the project. Then later, the roles reversed. Hoopla was all set, and they gave me all the information I need, and I have to catch up on my side, get some code done. That's okay, because flexibility means recognizing all those apps and flows and respecting them. Second, communication. So as Bridget mentioned earlier, we have multiple communication channels. A quick question is perfect for Slack, and then a design decision might be saved for the weekly check-ins. And sometimes anything time-sensitive, we just set out a quick upload. And then when Bridget was talking about the communication channel, and I realized that how busy our Slack channel is. Sometimes either they message me or I message them. And our check-in from bi-weekly to weekly, and it was scheduled for half an hour, but sometimes we can go for an hour. So we might be too talkative, I don't know.
It's possible.
So yes, but using these multiple channels really reduce the stress and kept the project move efficiently. I like that. And sometimes even the small things like day-to-day habits, who going to manage the nodes, how we manage the node, or whether we are a morning or afternoon people require some give and take. I would say I'm not a morning person. So every time when Bridget wanted to schedule something in the early morning, I would just, no, I would just whisper into her, no, don't do that. Overall, so flexibility wasn't a weakness, it's one of the strengths of this project, because when we adapt to each other, you don't just get the work done, you set yourself up for the better solution. And the reasons that I say the solution were better and stronger, one of the reasons is because Aspen and Hoopla were two very different systems. So we don't always approach the things in the same way. That's not bad. It just means that we need to respect the unique constraint and priority from each other's side. Sometimes a solution looks straightforward on the Aspen side might not be easy for Hoopla side. For example, Aspen would like to index the record every 5 minutes, so libraries can always see the fractious data possible. But on the Hoopla side, this kind of frequent indexing will burden the system severely. We have to find a balance, so that's why we do the indexing once a day. Hoopla also have the unique feature that other e-content vendors don't, such as they split between instant title and flex title. So that means when we want to design the feature, any workflow, we need to specifically design around these differences instead of just, reusing what we already did for other vendors. I cannot just copy paste. I wish, but yeah, we also have to respect each other's process. So there's a time when I suggest some design, like in the meeting, and hope that Bridget can just tell me a quick yes or no, just tell me if it's okay. But Bridget says, she wants to bring this back to the team for the further discussion. Oh, I appreciate that actually, because it shows that how careful they are when making the right decision. And in the meeting, I would just shift to other part of the project. So the progress can continue, so that the timelines on the SOW can be met. On the top of that, our testing and releasing cycle didn't always match up. So Midwest Tape has their own process of the internal QA before everything released to the public, but that's different from Aspen. Because in Aspen, dev do their internal QA, and then we submit our code to the community and to the further testing. So that means when we plan our schedule, we plan our timeline, we need to carefully align this. And yes, different workflow, different constraints, sometimes slow us down, and we need extra planning, extra mind to think about those. But at the same time, these differences actually make us smarter. The other good part of this collaborative experience is how much we learn from each other's perspective. So, two systems different, and we don't know how each other's system work that well. So the differences push us to ask a better question, or sometimes just a dumb question. I don't know. But these questions uncover the blind spots that we might not have seen before. A good example will be when I work on this project, I expect to have an API endpoint where Aspen can just simply request the updated availability for the flex title during a certain time range. But for Hoopla, this is relatively new, which I didn't understand. But later when, Bridget told me that how their system works, and I communicate with the dev in Hoopla, so I understand, oh, yes, that's why you guys don't have this. That makes sense, but I still want to have that.
We'll work on it.
Another example came out with during the AIA. So when Midwest Tape and ByWater, we use Hernando County's Aspen site as the demo site, we realized that, in the Aspen, libraries can choose to hide the Hoopla record if other e-contents copy exists in the same good work. Yes. I know this before, but I didn't know that will hide, I know that it will hide Hoopla records, but I didn't know that, flex title shouldn't be hidden. That's a good point. Mm-hmm. So yes, we found this thing during the ALA, and then yes, we uncovered this issue together, and we work on this issue too. This is already get fixed on 2510. And yes, and sometimes just a random questions that acts out of the curiosity can push us to dive deeper into our code system. For example, when one day Bridget asked me, why this good work thing, why is always sometimes hoopla record is not showing as the top list of the e-content copies. I was like, actually, I don't know. Let me look at this. Like, I'm not sure, but I guess I will find the answer from the code. But yeah, it's just the example how we get to know more about our own system. And yes, and our cooperation really improved the charge. For example, I know that many libraries have reported this issue that hoopla book summaries always displaying at the top of the catalog. And when I got these tickets, and when Midwest Tape got these tickets, we were like, oh, okay, is it an Aspen issue or is this a hoopla issue? It turns out that is some things that hoopla need to work on first, and then Aspen can handle the summary correctly. So by talking through together, by having the 1 hour meeting together weekly, so we classify this issue like more efficiently and rather into the writing and move forward with a solution. So at the end, those differences weren't just challenge. They became opportunity to learn more about each other's system and process, and I really like that.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so now we're moving into the next part of our presentation to talk about how you all can flex your own muscles and work with vendors to get what your library needs. And I'm probably dating myself with this image, but I hope some of you recognize the A-team. All right, so the first thing is that we need to establish a relationship. Are you going to a conference? See if the vendor is there and has a booth. Go and say hi. This is exactly how Juan and I met at Computers and Libraries. And, it was a beautiful thing. It came, this wonderful collaboration came out of it. Beforehand, I didn't know that Hernando County was a Flex customer. They were pretty new to Flex, and they were not on my list of libraries that had requested Flex and Aspen, so I had no idea until he came up and told me about that. And we were able to get Hernando County on board to help us finish the project. If you know your sales or your support representative at the vendor, just reach out, drop them an email, give them a call. It doesn't have to be about anything in particular. It's really just more about name recognition, you getting to know them getting to know you so that they have you in mind when they're coming forward to the product and development teams and giving feedback about what the product needs. And one thing that is so fantastic about the Aspen community, of course, is that we have all of these channels for various parts of the community, whether you're a library or a vendor or whatever, to come together. So use those Aspen community channels and reach out. Caitlin, my colleague in the back at the Midwest Tape booth, and I are both on the Aspen Slack channel. You can reach out to us. Utilize your Aspen support provider. We have a close relationship with ByWater, with Equinox, with Grove. And so anything that you share with them, if you're more comfortable talking with them about it, they will pass it along to us as well. Just use whatever channels that you can to get your name out there and known to your e-content vendor. Next up, and this is probably going to be the point that I try to hammer home the most. Don't just tell them what you want, tell them why. How many of you are familiar with the term user story? Ooh, this is my crowd. You are my people. Okay. So for anyone who's not familiar with this term, here is a quick definition or description from the Atlassian site. Atlassian is the company that owns Jira. And so they say that a user story is an informal explanation of a feature written from the perspective of an end user The purpose is to articulate how the software feature will provide value to the customer. And in software development, we use it a lot to help build empathy with the end user and make sure that the product team, the development team, can put themselves in the shoes of you and your patrons. This is really important because developers are really smart and they can come up with a myriad of different ways to solve a problem. But if they understand what the actual problem is and not just a symptom of the problem, they're going to be much more effective in what solution they choose to go with. So consider these two examples here. The first one, I need to export a list of titles. It's pretty straightforward. The second one, spoiler alert, uses the user story format. As a librarian, I want to see the full list of expiring e-content licenses so that I can quickly make decisions on which to renew. So here you can see which one I like better. The first one is, it's straightforward, but it's a means to an end. The second one is about the end game. And it describes why it's important. So, it's probably not so important to have an export button as it is to make sure that the library can quickly make those decisions on which items to renew. Even if you don't feel comfortable with the user story format, just try to focus in on the why as much as possible, because that will help the development team deliver the best solution and not simply a Band-Aid to your problem. All right, follow up. Things change, on the library side, on the vendor side. Nothing stays the same for too long, especially in software. So it's really helpful if you make a request into your vendor, follow up on it periodically. Let them know that you still need it, because who knows? Maybe your library's workflow has changed and you no longer need the thing that you requested before, or maybe the vendor has put out a release that fixed something else and it ended up fixing your problem. Whatever it is, just you're not bothering anyone at the vendor if you keep calling in and reporting something. It is really important for us to know that stuff. And sometimes the fresh requests do hold more weight, unfortunately. Number 4, power in numbers. It's not just safety in numbers, it's power in numbers. Because vendors have such a long to-do list, as everyone does, they're constantly trying to reprioritize the list in order to provide the most value to the most customers. And so if the vendor knows that a particular issue is affecting a whole consortium or multiple consortiums or whatever, that is going to carry more weight in the prioritization process. So tell your friends, tell your other member libraries to call in, let the vendor know that this thing is going on, and yes, we care about it too. I know that a lot of the ILSs have user groups that can be very helpful in sharing information and also backing each other up on what things are important to the community. And of course, we're lucky at Aspen that everyone is so open about that stuff as well. Okay, and lastly, be a tester. Volunteer your time to test. Testing software before release. Yes, Sierra. Testing it before release or as an early adopter is a great way for you to have a direct line to the vendors' product and development teams, and let them know, like, yes, this is working great, or no, this is really not doing what I thought it was going to do. We need your feedback in order to make sure that we have built what you actually need. No one wants to spend all this time on a feature that actually doesn't solve the problem that the customer has.
Yeah, be a tester, because Midwest Tape and ByWater, we continue to meet regularly, and we came up with more ideas, more things that we need to improve for the Aspen and hoopla integration. We want tester. The most recent improvement, I would say, to the Flex integration is the one that I just mentioned previously. Yeah, don't hide the Flex title, even there's other e-content copies in the Google. So this is out for 2510. Let us know if you would like to test it or any feedback on it. And the next one is a more exciting one, the new endpoint. Hoopla reintroduced the new endpoint in the Q3, in their Q3. So right now we are in the process of integrating the new endpoint to Aspen for the data extraction. So this development will improve the hoopla indexing, and more importantly, it opened the door to more flexible scoping options for the consortia. So as you can see, that one is my the current design that I have right now. So you can see it in the hoopla library information. So that's where the different member libraries, they can put their own hoopla library ID, and they will have their own collections in the catalog. I believe this is the things that many consortia they would like to have. Yeah, and including both instant and flex title. So right now we are going to move into the Midwest Tape internal QA test, and we are aiming for releasing this development to 2511, and also the Q1 ByWater release. If anybody is interested in testing this one, please let us know. So this is the question for all of you, because your feedback really helps us to prioritize the work that has the most impact for you and your patron. So let us know what you would like us to work on next. But here is a callback for what Jason said this morning. He said that the support ticket never died. So I would like to know what you want us to work on, but please don't say too much.
Oh, we got the 5 minutes. Yes. Questions, requests? I mean, we did get like the best time right after lunch when everyone's feeling really sleepy, so. All right, well, oh, were you stretching, or did you actually have a question?
I kind of have a question.
Okay.
But it's not about the collaboration. It's just I'm curious to know how the API server load is right now out of the various and sundry.
Okay, so our database team and our operations team has been doing a lot of monitoring of the situation. As people may have heard, Hoopla has a lot of content, and this means that there's a lot of information that gets passed back and forth between our API and Aspen partners. So things can get hung up if there's too much going on at one time. There have been a lot of efforts on the Midwest Tape side to optimize our database situation and make it more performant. I will also say that we have a couple of enhancements coming up.
Yeah,
right?
Small enhancement, for example. This is also in 2510 already. So libraries, they can choose their indexing time and also choose what's the batch of the indexing. So that can kind of help to spread the things out, so can lower the system, lower the burden of the Hoopla system.
Yeah, so those are kind of some near-term things that we've been working on. We're going to see how these efforts pan out. You know, like, does it make a big difference or not? We suspect we're going to be continuing to make incremental changes to the situation to make it more performant.
Yeah, we are all working on it. Every time I see there's 504 errors from Hoopla, I got nervous too.
All right, so, did you guys like my AI-generated image here? I worked really hard on this. So we have our email addresses here. Obviously, Youngjen, Kayla, and I are here for the duration of the conference. Please come talk to us. Tell us what you like, what you don't like. That's fine too. We want to talk through it all, and we're also, of course, available on the Aspen channels. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. We're a little shorter, I think, both of us, so we're going to move that down. Thank you so much for coming to LiDA by Example, contributing improvements to Aspen's mobile app. My name is Jordan Field. I'm with Grove for Libraries.
And I'm Jendel Chenio from the Minuteman Library Network. And so we're going to be talking about some development that we did for LiDA working together. So first, a little background about us. So about the Minuteman Library Network, we are a mixed type consortium of 41 libraries, public and academic, serving the Boston Metro West area. So that's us on the map down there. And we are a consortium using a shared ILS. So we share a patron database and a Sierra ILS. And while it might seem a little small geographically, we're a very high volume system. We have about 6+ million item records and almost 13 million circulations last year. So we adopted Aspen Discovery as our discovery layer back in fall 2023. And in the fall 2024, our membership first opted to go to LiDA for our mobile app solution.
And just a little bit about Grove for Libraries. We provide support, development, and hosting for Aspen Discovery as well as LiDA. Mark Noble and I are the founders of Grove. Together we have more than 30 years of experience in library software. And one of the things that we love and we really specialize in is new feature development. And we love working with libraries to make Aspen better. The edge of the slide is cut off.
Oh no, okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to get the edge of the slide back for you.
Yeah. We could, do you want me to go into Canva and just do it that way?
Sure. We're going to switch to Canva because we know it works there.
See, now it looks pretty.
Better.
All right, and speaking of pretty, how we wanted to make the app a little prettier. So as I said, our membership first selected to move to the LiDA app, a branded version of the app. So during our implementation process, as we were doing some testing and just trying it out, we wound up just identifying some issues and small improvements as we were kind of in feedback with our members about the project that they wanted to see. They wanted to see some fixes in place before we went live with the app, with our plan for trying to go in spring 2025. So what we did was we first kind of had them identify some of those issues that they wanted to prioritize, and we wound up putting those together into an RFP, request for proposal, that went out, and we wound up partnering with Grove for our development. And I feel like, so we wound up opting to move to LiDA because what we really liked about it was the consistency for the user experience, both in terms of the search and overall appearance for the app. And I think, as Lizzie from Sefton mentioned, the idea of having a single staff admin was really appealing. And so we really liked what it had to offer. We had these issues we wanted to have fixed, so we put out that RFP, partnered with Grove, and I think you jump there.
So then, once we got those requirements, we reviewed all of those ideas, and that's something we do no matter what. It's I do want to be clear, you don't have to always put together a proposal. All you need is an idea in your head. Come and talk with us. So even though they did a great proposal, you can also just come and say, hey, what if Aspen did this? And we would draft a proposal for you. Then the next step in sort of this partnership process is that we go back and forth on questions just to make sure we understand each other. And I think this is really key for custom development, is taking that time to write things out, make sure that we both know exactly what it's going to look like at the end. The most expensive time, honestly, to figure out that you're not on the same page is at the end. So we try to do as much of that up front as we can. So once we agree on all of that, we have everything written out. We know the scope, we know how much it's going to cost, we could tell you when it's going to be done. And then Minuteman had a whole bunch of things. So we actually ended up doing things in a couple different phases, and we'll show you what those phases are today. The final thing that we do is we make sure that we add the ideas to the community JIRA. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say community JIRA, there's a program tomorrow, Building Better Together, and we will tell you all about it. But that's where we share ideas as a community. And then we also have a board where we track things internally, and Minuteman can report things. So think of your vendor's ticketing system is what that's like.
Okay, so yeah, that's the background of the project. So now we just want to move on to show off some of the shiny new things we've added. Those mostly went live for the phase 1 in 2502 and 03, but kind of going on through a few phases. But so during phase 1, that was when we kind of just did adding the new functionality and some small fixes. So one of the main ones we added was adding options for local library branding in the branded version of LiDA. So one of the main bits of feedback we got from our member libraries was they wanted to kind of retain the local branding that we had from an app we were moving from previously. So the app, our branded LiDA, is called the Minuteman Library Network app. It's got the Minuteman branding, but because, again, we're a network of independent, well, not, separate municipalities and universities, they also want to have some local branding in their app experience. So what we did was ask Grove to help us add a banner logo atop the top of the screen, like you see here for Cambridge. So, and as we kind of were going through this initial testing phases, because we also had a whole variety of devices to test with, we found that some additional tweaks were needed. So in addition to just adding that graphic, we also now have some options for changing the background color fill and alignment related to that graphic. So those, so this is how it looks in the user side, and functionally what's going on is in the back end, there were some options added to the Aspen admin under the themes setting. So there's now a section under themes for Aspen LiDA where you would be adding the graphic that appears in that little square ones in the patron account drawer, but now you can add the header graphic, the alignment for that graphic, and the background color like so. And so what we really liked about this, again, was that it was still using the same admin, so just like that same thing we kind of like about LiDA in general. And particularly for us, this means because we can also take advantage of the permissions setup that we've had for our libraries in general. So the local admins that have the ability to control their themes can then kind of update those graphics in LiDA, same as they can with the browse categories or the menu links under more. So once again, it's a central site, maybe a little selfishly, that we can give them both the permissions to do that and also a little bit of that ownership, so they don't need us to be an intermediary every time they want to make a change in their app. And that was a really exciting change for us from our last one. Another kind of improvement we made here was making the search bar more prominent and staying at the top of the screen from search results. And this is really because, just doing a quick searching and requesting is just a key use case for a mobile app. So we wanted to make it as easy as possible for people to find that search results. And now, just imagine if you're scrolling down through that, both the filters and the search bar with your search term just stay fixed at the top of the screen, so you remember what your search term was, and anytime you want to re-execute a new search, you can do it right from there and start it, and you don't have to go back to the top of the screen. Conversely, so while that was really kind of thinking about the quick searching scenario, There are also times when people do need to see more information about that. So sometimes it's just a quick no title, I found it, request it. But sometimes we do still need to do a little browsing from the search results or get some more information, particularly like if it's something you need that info to identify if this is the exact item you're looking for. So basically we asked Grove to help us bring the full bibliographic detail into the app. And so what we ultimately wound up going with was having a, sending the users, or allowing the users to see the mobile version of the Aspen website for the record, both at the grouped work level or the edition level. So how this is accomplished is with a more info button, either from the edition level, or if you're just looking at the item details, it's down at the bottom of the screen. There's also a more info button. If the patrons scroll down and they haven't found as much info as they need, they can go to more info. And functionally what this will do is open up, and I think I've got this on the next slide, is it's going to open up a browser window within the app showing the Aspen mobile view of that work. And so the benefit of this is it's going to bring in whatever details you've chosen in your Aspen catalog. So rather than picking and choosing what pieces of information should be in the app, it's just bringing you right to the mobile version of Aspen. So the user is just going to get all of the benefits of your Aspen catalog, both like what level of detail you've chosen for the description, and additionally any staff list features and third-party integrations. So something like this, you can see here, not only are you getting the series info or more bibliographic information about this, you would also get the benefit of the novelist integration or Goodreads like we have in our case. So we like that, and also the fact that it's bringing in a browser window means it's not sending them out to an actual browser app. It's opening just the screen within the app. You can easily close it again and go back to navigating the app without getting lost, and you can't change the URL to navigate away, so it's still keeping people within the catalog. So those were kind of the bigger ones, but we did also, again, have a list of some smaller fixes that also just helped catch a couple bugs, add some minor improvements that just improve the quality of life. And one thing I actually didn't have in the list here, but since it was mentioned before, was there's also a configuration option now where you can have a number of messages that you can put in. So if you wanted to have more library facts or whatever messages you wanted at the loading screen, you can have a little pool of them that would just, and it will be different selections each time. So if people are feeling like they're getting a little stale with those library facts, you can now take an option to add more in. So that was what's live now as of today. So to talk a little bit about the development and testing in that process, I'm going to pass it back to Jordan for a bit.
So we figured out the ideas we were going to do. We do our first round of building that Jen showed you, and then comes the testing process. So LiDA and Discovery are separate. The updates are available at the same time, but it really is best to keep them on the same version, and that's something that we have to keep in mind as far as testing. We will occasionally create test instances of LiDA when we're working with folks if they don't have their own test LiDA or if it can't be updated. So you need to just make sure that you have those that are compatible. And then there's two different ways we do testing. With Apple, we use the Test Flight app, and the tester is invited to download that app using Test Flight. And then with Android, you can do unlisted Play Store apps or APK files. So just a couple different ways that we do that. We always do our testing first, so we do a first round of testing on Apple and Android devices, and this is part of our development process. But we know that our data and our sample data is very, 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 very different than library data. So it's very important to us to, if we can test it with your data, that's great, but then we also hand it over to libraries to make sure that they can test. And again, it says here, testing or production, but we need to make sure that the versions are compatible. And for that test app that we build, we provide access to the libraries via the apps that I told you on the previous slide. So if any issues are found, there are two ways that libraries can report them to us during the testing period. It can either be within Grove's Trello, which is our bug tracking system, or it can also be within the community JIRA. So if you see something and you have it on your test server and you're playing around with it too, the more library data, the better. Even if you don't work with us, please report it in JIRA. We will see it, we will fix it. So again, another plug for that Building Better Together tomorrow for JIRA. So you can be testing things and then let us know, because the more testing, the better. Once we complete our testing, then we go to the libraries, and Jen's going to tell you what they do for testing.
Yep, so as Jordan said, we can get the test apps through the Apple Test Flight, or either the Play Store link or the APK approach. In this case, our support vendor ByWater was also helpful for getting us test apps once we were kind of on the Aspen version that was going to correspond with that. So yeah, the benefit of testing is obviously just a wider pool of testers. And I mentioned before how, particularly with the mobile app testing, having as wide a range of the screen sizes, OS versions, device models can be really helpful for testing. In Central Site, the testing is done by Central Site staff, so we kind of control via our system admin will help us decide, will help send those test flight invitations. So we kind of decide how wide to send out that testing. So we keep it limited to Central Site, but by having a mix of our own devices as well as some tablets that we've purchased specifically just to have for testing, we're able to try that out. And so in addition to just having that extra round of QA to identify any potential bugs, it's also just like that time if you're working with a developer that you're having that time to try it out. And well, mostly you hope that by the discussion before the work happens, it's going to be exactly as you expect. There might still be some final questions that need answering that the developer might have based on once you've actually had it in hand and tried it out. So it's both the round of QA as well as that phase before it's really finalized and live in production, where you can work out if this is exactly how you want it to be working. So I'll pass back to you.
So just a little bit, a note about production. So after testing, it comes to production, both in LiDA and Discovery, yay. If you're wondering, any of the features we talked about today, or really any feature that's in development, I wanted to show you how you can figure out what version it's in. So on the left-hand screen there, we have JIRA, and you can see the version that it's in through the circle green on the right, under the For Developers tag. You can also check release notes. If you look at the community.aspendiscovery.org, that almost always has the most recent release. So if you find it in there, you can find the release notes where that development is done. So I think I picked one thing that was in 2504 to show you what that looks like. So earlier I mentioned that sometimes when we get a big group of development, like we did for Minuteman, we might do things in phases. So for some of the things that they developed, we actually needed to do some designs, because you can talk, words mean so much, a picture. You're not really on the same page until you have a picture. So what we talked to them about was doing a design phase where some additional features, we would do some really live mock-ups, so we could move things around basically in an image before we did the coding. So that's what we did for a few things. Oh, and then we also did, the other thing they asked for was some performance updates within LiDA, so I'm sure hopefully some of you are seeing some of the benefits here. We did some research. We didn't do all of the updates, but they said, please see what you can do to make the app more performant. So on the screen is a summary of some of the things we found. We have done some of this work. We've not done all of this work, so devs around here, if you see anything that you want to jump on to help make LiDA performance better, we're continuing to do things, but you can as well. So they actually worked with us on doing research for performance, but I'm not going to go through everything on that screen. So a few things that needed additional design. Jen mentioned the full bibliographic info and how that opens in a web browser. That was intended to be phase one. We originally planned on doing that completely natively within Aspen, all of that bibliographic information. But we were just like, ooh, you all know there can be a lot of information on that page. How do we get that into Aspen? We mocked it up. We mocked up every single potential section everywhere on those pages. So as you know, there's lots of customization available. There's different information available on the grouped work page versus the bib page. There's different information available at the top of the page versus around the formats, and then those accordions at the bottom. I don't know if you've ever counted them. I hadn't, but there's 30 different options. And then there's different options depending on whether it's the bib page or the grouped work page. Once we looked at all of this, we're like, ooh, to develop this all natively in the app is going to be quite expensive. And if you saw what Jen showed within the in-app browser, it really looks about the same. So it'd be a lot of resources going into something that was not that much better for the user. So ultimately, because of that design and research phase, we're like, we don't need to move forward with that. We don't need to do it. The other thing is, if we did it native within the app, we might not be able to include content from content enrichment providers, so like Novelist. We didn't know how that was going to show in an app, so you would miss all of that content, where if we load it within the in-app browser, it's fine. So that was one thing where we all looked at it and we're like, this isn't worth it. Like, we shouldn't do this. So we left it the way that it was. Another thing that they wanted us to do was the browse category redesign. So we just thought there could be a way to make browse categories better. I think you all came to us with some design ideas, and then we went back and forth a little bit, and this is what we came up with. The main browse categories here are each their own row. So if you see like new fiction, new nonfiction, those are each their own. The subcategories are a tab under the main browse categories, and those scroll back and forth. The titles display for the highlighted subcategory. The third one on here, new movies and TV, you can barely see it at the bottom, but it doesn't really have subcategories. The subcategories also scroll. They then said, okay, this is great, but we want this to be more of like a community thing. So they were seeking crowdfunding for this, and I'm happy to report that as of this week, this feature is fully funded, which is awesome. I see people cheering that didn't know that are also some of our funders. So thank you to Minuteman. I'll go ahead and say Swan, CleveNet, and Gail Borden all came together to fund this. So that's fantastic. So yay, we're getting this feature. Don't have a date on it yet because it just happened this week, but LiDA's gonna have this prettier browse category redesign. So sometimes with these designs, in addition to just not wanting to develop them right away, we want to get feedback from the community. So this is one where we brought many of you have seen this design. I think I've brought it to a couple of meetings, the LiDA meeting, maybe even the general community meeting. So we sought some feedback on this. When we're doing design, we try to bring it to any group that it would make sense to. So the community gathering in this case, the LiDA's user group, we try to put things in Slack. If you see the JIRAs, you'll see me come in and comment on people's JIRAs. I'm just asking questions. You should all feel free to come in and ask questions because that's what makes the ideas better, and especially at something like a design phase. So then based on the community feedback, we do make additional changes. For this one, we actually brought it to LiDA, showed them the design and said, if we do this, do we want this to be an option for browse categories, or do we want it to replace the existing design for browse categories? Everyone that we talked to said, we like this a lot better. We don't need to bother with the old one. So this is the rare case in Aspen where it won't be a configuration option. It will just be a change. Now, if that's going to give someone like your library director a heart attack, please come talk to me because it's not developed yet. Again, that's the value of community feedback. But this is a case where all the community came together and said that's an improvement for everyone, and we're just going to do that. Okay, so this is kind of an overview of the whole process, and I'm going to hand it back to Jen. Sure. Yeah.
And I'll just jump into, say, of the last one too, if we could plug it even more. One of our feedbacks from users for our libraries that have a lot of browse categories, or when they first got it and they wanted to, like, maybe I just don't want to see kids, like the fact that you had to individually hide each list and it would reload each time. This will also make it easier to just kind of be like, I can just get rid of a whole top level category in one action. So we like how it looks. So yeah, just to review from the project, so kind of how just as a use case for custom app development is, it really started with a library idea to make things better. In our case, we kind of put together how we thought we'd like it to work and put that out there on an RFP. Jordan said as well, sometimes you can also just maybe come with your idea, talk to a developer if you're not quite sure functionally how you want to approach it, or either way you're going to kind of hash things out a little bit before you really get too much further. So you kind of work on that proposal together. And then as Jordan also mentioned, so for something that is like a larger development where it's going to feel like it's going to maybe change the experience a little bit, it's worth having a design phase both internally as well as something like this where it's a larger community conversation to kind of get some feedback, because maybe somebody's going to have some insights that you don't, that's going to help improve that before you get into the work.
And then after that, it's not simple, it's simple on paper, but we do all of the development. You heard a lot about how we go through testing and QA for everything, and then that makes it all out to you in production. So that is basically how we've collaborated on this process together, and all the awesome new things that are either in LiDA or coming to LiDA, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I think we did too good a job.
Oh.
They just don't have any questions.
No questions? All right.
Well, come find us later if you have any.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good afternoon. And for the folks coming in remotely, I guess also good morning, good evening, depending on where they're at. Tree to forest, cultivating aspen discovery at different scales. My name is Rogan Hamby. I am a data and project manager for Equinox, which means I spend about half my time moving data around and the other half of the time in online calls talking to people about spreadsheets, usually involving either how to move that data around or when it has to get done. If anybody is curious about anything I talk about today, my contact info's up there. Generally in the library world, if the name's Rogan, it's probably me, except for this one fellow in South Africa. This picture has no functional purpose in my presentation, but I noticed that there was a distinct lack of cute pet pictures in today's presentations. So this is Beckett. He has no functional purpose in most of life, except he is extremely nice to cuddle with. So I spend a lot of time talking to people, and I talk to a lot of people after they've already decided to go to Aspen. And surprisingly, one of the biggest questions I get is, what is Aspen? Now, this may seem like an odd question for people who are already going, but I work with a lot of people on the implementation level who weren't in all of the discussions about going. And even if they were, sometimes what they really know at the stage when we start implementation is, I like Aspen, it looks great, we know this is going to be good. But we don't really know all of what it can do. What is it, big picture? What should we expect to be able to do with Aspen beyond it, make it really easy to find our materials and be really pretty and have a nice app and these things. So they come in with a certain degree of expectation, of course. They've decided to go to Aspen, but they know that there's more. They know that there's more they can potentially do, and they want to know what it is. And I have three answers I usually give to people. This slide's a little bit out of order, so I'll go ahead and mention a little bit of our background in doing Aspen. We started at Equinox implementing Aspen in 2022. Our first go live was in December of that year, a 5-library public consortium. Since then, it has been a race. We have done a lot of work with Aspen, including, and we have some folks from Indiana here, 208 library consortium, Evergreen, Indiana, which we deployed simultaneously for every single one of them. Since then, we've done small standalones, we've done academics, publics, we've done small consortia, we've done all those things. And I keep talking to them about Aspen and getting that question. Whoops, sorry, that's my fault with the clicker. And the first answer I have for what is Aspen is that it is an OPAC. You can think of it as an OPAC, you can use it at that level and not go further than that, and it's a very good OPAC. It will let you place holds, pay bills, put up placards, do all those things that you would want an OPAC to do. But it is more than that. It is a discovery layer. I know that seems kind of obvious, it's in the name. But not everybody interprets the phrase discovery layer the same way. And part of how I define a discovery layer is that it lets you integrate additional resources into your OPAC. And I'm highlighting one here. This is from one of our Missouri libraries, and over in the left, you can see MLCKI Podcast. This is a library called Kirkwood that does their own library podcast and creates MARC records for it and sideloads them, which I think is a great example of something you can do with Aspen. Oops. I am not used to this controller. I'm also choosing to highlight something from Noble here. We have somebody from the Noble Library here, and these are resources they bring over from Omeka via API, showing historical resources within Massachusetts. So another example of using Aspen as a discovery layer. And the third answer is really Aspen has kind of been growing into a whole services platform, beyond just being a discovery layer, with its own native functionality for a lot of things. We recently have events, course reserves, we've had material requests for quite a while. There's probably all kinds of things that people are dreaming up right now that I don't even know about to add into Aspen. And the expression on this gentleman's face, which is probably me in a few more years, once my hair starts going, is the face I sometimes get from people, like, oh my God, this is overwhelming. There's just so much we can do, and we want to do all of it. How are we going to do all of this? And so that brings me to the point of my topic today, which is project planning by setting expectations, by creating a culture for the project up front that sometimes can lead into how you think about the culture for implementation at your library as a whole. I will go ahead and say I am not going to lay on you a bunch of technical details, so you are clear of that, but I am going to talk about some big picture things. And this is just a sort of segue I put in here to show how I feel when I start looking at all the spreadsheets for tracking everything in Aspen. But physical paper is more representative than 100 tabs detailing every possible configuration or integration in Aspen. And when I talk to libraries, I tell them about what I call the living project principles, not to be confused with the living principles of design, totally something else. And I have 2 of these, and each of these represents a limitation, but also something you can take advantage of as you're living with your projects. First one, you will not learn everything during implementation. That big, huge list of things you can potentially do, you're just not going to learn how to do everything. You will not learn every web builder trick possible. You will not learn how to integrate every resource used within your state and county government in that time. You will not learn how to do custom JavaScript and CSS unless you already know how to do those. So that's the first principle. You will not learn to do everything during implementation. But there's an advantage from that. And I tell people the advantage of that is to think of everything in Aspen as marketing. You don't have to go live with everything, because everything you implement after go live is an opportunity to market the library as a proactive entity that is continually pushing positive change. You don't need to go live with everything, because you can create a schedule, and it can be as loose or tight as you want, where you're continuously bringing out these new enhancements. And the second principle, and this may seem obvious as a sort of factor of the first one, is that this project will never end, and you really shouldn't want it to. In fact, those things I mentioned, all those things you may want to configure, maybe you want to configure bringing in resources from an external source, maybe there are side loads from a local community you want to upload for side loads. It'll never stop. New features will happen during your implementation potentially that you did not exist in Aspen when you started the planning for your project, and now halfway through do. Do you stop and completely rework your project because this new feature has just come out? Of course not. What you do is you sit down and you look at a longer term plan and think about when you want to implement it. And the opportunity that comes with that is that you get an opportunity for building a culture of learning and a culture that is dynamic within your organization. Now, lots of people have talked about this over the years. Ever since approximately the year 2000, change management has been a popular buzz phrase. And everybody wants this in their institutions, but sometimes it's hard to grasp hold of a concrete. I think Aspen is a great concrete example of how to implement a culture of learning, of how to say that you're continually going to look for improvements and enhancements. And then go back to that first principle and make sure you communicate them to your user base so that they know what you're doing positively. If you want another buzzword, upskilling for employees. You don't have somebody that knows JavaScript, let them learn it and start figuring out what they can do to enhance Aspen for you. And then maybe somebody corporate hires them a few years later and you have to find somebody new, but that happens. So how do I actually manage this? Now, I'm going to go ahead and say this next section is going to be fairly short. I did not prepare a long presentation because I wanted to leave lots of time for discussion. I don't think people talk enough about the project management and the culture management within organizations as a part of managing resources like Aspen. So I want to leave plenty of time for us to have group discussion. But here is roughly how I approach actually implementing the project using those two principles. First, I get together with the library and I show them a huge list of what Aspen can do. And we start checking boxes off. What kind of stuff do they want to do with Aspen? And we throw everything into that brainstorming list, including things that Aspen can't even do right now, because we'll refer to it in the future. Then we create a 0-day list. 0-day, go live day, whatever you want to call it, but the point at which they are providing this to the public as a service, or whatever their audience is. For me, it's usually public or a student body, but I mean, you could use this potentially in a private corporate library, of course. And we have a few criteria. I mentioned that we throw on the list even things that Aspen can't do right now, but may want to look at as a potential development feature or community feedback. Also, we throw on what is easy. I mean, honestly, some things are so easy to implement with Aspen that's a good enough reason to do it for 0-day. What do they need for parity with their current OPAC? Now, I'm going to be honest, I see a lot of OPACs that don't come anywhere near Aspen in features, so this is usually not a big decider. But if there is something they really love, we need to track that. And what are their major drivers for implementing Aspen? I mean, if a library director went to their board and said, we're going to Aspen because, fill in the blank, we want to make sure we have that available. And I did not put it on this list, but at least in one case, the 0-day list was partially determined by an IT director's review date with their boss. Because they wanted something fun and pretty and impressive to show off. And then we look at scale. When we look at a single library implementation with a single entry point, a single branch, that's very different than doing, say, 100 library consortia. Very, very different. I'll give you just one quick example. Libraries generally put together their own, I generally put together the themes for libraries when we do an implementation, because they're not going to use themes, change themes very often. At some point, they may start doing them seasonally and doing interesting ones, but they're usually not a high priority for go live to be able to switch themes a lot. So I'll help them out with colors and image and stuff like that. For 100 library consortia, we had to work on a sort of train the trainer model and help distribute what people did. Now, that doesn't mean that centrally we didn't set up a theme for them. We did, and we let it be inherited, so everybody had something that looked nice on Go Live Day. But if they wanted to really get in and tweak, that became part of a responsibility for the individual libraries. And then we start dividing responsibilities. What is the library's job, and what is my job on the implementation side? And how we decide this is based on a number of things. Are they likely to only need to do it once? I'll pick on sideloads here. They may upload new records for sideloads periodically, monthly or whatever, but the configuration of the initial sideload is not something they have to do very often. So I'm likely to set that up for them during the initial implementation. Is it a really complicated thing? Now, one of the beauties of Aspen is that it is pretty easy to use, but there are still some things a little more complicated than some librarians may want to fight with. And I say this as a librarian. If I was still a reference manager, which I once was, I would want somebody else to configure some of that stuff for me. So I do it for them. And this is part of a discussion, is it a good learning opportunity for the staff? Some things they want to do themselves, even if I volunteer to do it for them, because they feel like it's a good opportunity for them to learn something. And that's a really great part of the dialogue. And I want to have that dialogue when we do implementations, because that goes back to that culture of learning. Encouraging them to take on things that they want to learn helps build that enthusiasm. And underneath all this is enthusiasm. Aspen is a big, visible boost to public services in a lot of cases, especially depending on what discovery layer they came from before. So building the staff enthusiasm helps carry over into the public enthusiasm as well. And that's kind of project management 101, but that's it. I mean, I know that's not horribly complicated, and some of it may seem obvious, but I told you it wasn't going to be long because I wanted to leave a lot of time for group discussion. So I want to throw it out there for questions and for just people to share with each other. Do people think about this as a part of your Aspen maintenance, that you need to think of it as an ongoing project? Do you do it unconsciously instead of consciously? I see a lot of nodding. Let's see a raise of hands. How many people think about this consciously? Well, that's great. That's more hands than I usually see. How many people do it unconsciously? You just think, oh, I want that next thing, and you think about implementing it. I see a few hands. Do you think about, and I'm doing a lot of talking here, other people feel free to talk. I hear myself talk plenty. How many people think about the skill development you may need to do some parts of the work in Aspen? I see several hands. Anybody want to share any examples? I see people pointing at other people.
So I work for ByWater now, but before that I worked for a consortium in Colorado that has 150 libraries using Aspen.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to maintain all of those for every library.
Mm-hmm.
They were mostly rural libraries, so not a lot of library training, not a lot of any training of any kind. So I always had to think about what level of access, if any, and what training, if any, I want to give, and who am I going to give that to. And so it always just depended on a case-by-case basis on the staff member at that library, and if they felt like they were willing and able to learn,
Mm-hmm.
and then what it was going to be. So for instance, I think sideloads are, we're able to give permissions to libraries now. It's not an all or nothing thing.
Mm-hmm.
When it was an all or nothing thing, I was like, no way, I'm not giving that to anybody. But things like browse categories, things like that, it was great to be able to train people. And those are some of the things in Aspen that are so easy to do. It's so wonderful to be able to train people and empower them to be able to do those things. So that's my example. Does anybody else have anything?
I saw other people pointing at their colleagues, so don't be shy.
Point explicitly so I can force them to speak.
My question is kind of about what you talked about. So with all of those libraries, how did you decide? Did you put them in groups and train them in groups, or did you individually go with each library and train them to do what they needed to do? Because that's a lot.
We're grabbing another mic. I will let her respond since it's directed at her, and then I'll share my experience.
It would have been good to do group trainings, but I did not do that because it was generally like 1 week somebody would ask for it, and then 2 weeks later somebody else would ask for it. So it would have been better to have some small group trainings. So I would advise that if you can do that, yeah. And that way everybody asks a question and they get to hear the answer to the question at the same time, too. So.
When I've done large consortia like that, it depends on the task, but we break people up into smaller groups for train the trainer and let individuals go out and train some of their cohort libraries. Now, how we handle that depends on the task. I'll pick on browse categories and themes. Those are things that I feel like people just need at launch, something that looks visually appealing, something that gets people to the majority of their resources, and we make sure they have something at go live. A theme that is attractive and at least represents the consortia, browse categories that reflect the majority of their use needs, depending on what kind of institution they are. You know, public libraries and academics are going to be different, of course. So we make sure they have something, but we've also done that training to hopefully encourage them to learn the skills and do it themselves. But if they don't want to by go live, they still have a good usable Aspen instance and can still learn those skills later if they need to. Yes, Elizabeth.
One of the things that we've really liked, and we are only very recently live, is that we're dealing with a lot of people who have some great skills in their libraries that we don't normally deal with at the consortium level. I'm thinking things like marketing and graphics and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And they, you know, now with things like placards, there's so much, we're seeing people who never did much of anything in the catalog, but who are, you know, really getting very skilled at doing things like the placards and working with other staff to figure out, like, well, what should the target word be, and you know, coming up with other ideas for things that they can, you know, placardize. And the other thing that we're really seeing is that, and this is, we've seen this before, but there's so much more in Aspen that you can do, that libraries are very interested in. They all want to know what the other libraries are doing. And we have some upcoming Aspen roundtables, one for academics and one for publics. And the whole purpose of those is so that Salem can see what Danvers is doing and think like, oh, I could do something like that, only I would do it this way, and, you know, and all of that. Think of all the different ways that you can do something like staff picks, or all the different ways you can do things like Library of Things. And so the discussions among the libraries are probably more useful to them than the training I'm providing for them, because they can see what they can do with things like browse categories and things like lists and all of that. So it's a very organic sort of learning and inspiration looping that we're seeing.
And we could probably have a whole roundtable on skills that you can discover in your consortia to help with Aspen. Certainly between the ability to do JavaScript, CSS for sort of the OPAC level of Aspen, and then placards, you have a great opportunity to use graphic design skills anywhere in your consortia or library.
I go to them.
I was just going to say that lately, and we've been on Aspen for 1 year, lately we've been doing that very thing where it's like, okay, everyone's feeling more comfortable. Great. And we didn't want to overwhelm our libraries when we, you know, during the implementation, we gave them options to use the collection, the spotlights, and you know, then we're revisiting that. So that really speaks to me that this is ongoing. You can pick it up at any point in time. But lately we've been trying to piggyback off other. By the way, I'm in a consortium in Milwaukee County, and we have 15 members. The city of Milwaukee being one, and then our suburbs. But we've been trying to piggyback off of other meetings, like we're going to reevaluate our e-resources, the system-wide ones, as well as subscription, and just have a discussion. And we've been trying to interject, where does Aspen fit in? What can we use Aspen for? We're talking about the relevancy of, Gale courses. And we'll say, do we have that side loaded? And we're making people aware, like, well, we are doing this, but we could be also doing this in Aspen. We just haven't done it yet. And maybe that would have a bearing on whether or not we keep these resources. Another example is like our youth services. We're talking to them, in a different context, but to say, well, don't forget, we have this going on and you could be using Aspen for this. So we're trying to, interject that in these separate meetings to get some activity, and it's been somewhat successful, so.
Good. And you're doing the thing of reevaluating, which is important for any ongoing organic project like this. I just hope that as you implement these things, you also market them to your public, or whatever your user base is. I'm assuming you're a public library.
Yep. We're public libraries, and we're doing a fair amount of marketing. Yeah.
Good. Marketing is one of those biggest challenges. When I started in libraries many years ago, marketing was probably one of the things libraries were worst at, and I've been continuously impressed over the years how much better libraries have gotten at it. Anyone else? Questions, thoughts? Uh-oh, Sierra has a question. I'm in trouble now.
I've been trying to think of my best question. With all the different implementations you've done since 2022, this is going to be, I feel like, a kind of a loaded question. What did you learn from your easiest implementation, and then conversely, what did you learn from your most difficult and troubling implementation?
Oh, that's an interesting question. From my easiest implementation, what I learned was sometimes they really just do want an OPAC replacement. And that's okay. It doesn't take full advantage of everything, but Aspen makes a great OPAC. And if that's what they're happy with for now, I think that if I've communicated to them successfully their options for the future and how they can enhance when they have that sort of capacity, that's okay. I've worked with small rural libraries quite a bit in my life, and I understand that it can be a challenge to find additional time to implement more. And as enthusiastic as I may be about them integrating all kinds of additional resources, if they're happy with that for now, that's fine. My most challenging, I'm trying to think what my most challenging was. Probably for scale, it was the 208. And what I learned from that was, and fortunately it was a lesson learned during it, not after in retrospect, was that you need to build in redundancies for if not everybody has that capacity. We're going to go back to the library's capacity for implementation. Set up a baseline so that in a large implementation with many members, and many entry points into the Aspen catalog, that everybody has something that's good and workable on day one. And then again, provide them those resources so that they can learn how to do more in the future when they want to. And if they are a small library out, be in the rural country with 2 part-time people and they never get to that, that's okay. Other folks in the consortium will, and I've seen some amazing things done in consortia that over time bleed out to the others with less capability, which I'll share you my long diatribe about why consortia are great for community sharing, but it's another great example, and Aspen supports that communal knowledge. Allowing a moment of silence as people think.
If I may, I will bring up the idea of communal knowledge because I think this is such a great concept and partially also a reason why we're moving the Aspen Help Center to Confluence so there can be more input from all of us, all of you here. I think some of you might be familiar with the Partner Spotlight that's on the Aspen Help Center, or the code library, the JavaScript snippets. So with moving to Confluence, we're hoping that all of you will share those awesome tricks and will help you scale what to do for one library, even if it's 500 plus.
And I'll put a quick plug in here. If there are folks here who aren't on the Aspen Slack, I would encourage you to do so. If you're not already a Slack user, you might have a few hoops to jump through to sign on, but it's worthwhile. It is a great place for communication where people in the community talk and often ask questions. And even if you don't have a question right now, you may learn something from the questions that others ask. All right. I won't hold up the next presentation, but we still got some time if anybody has anything else.
Me again. Hello.
Hello.
I really liked your point about how Aspen is marketing. I really think that is just. I feel like it's one of the big things that obviously differentiates Aspen from other, discovery layers. But it has been a really big selling point with our libraries. Personally, we're also a multi-type consortium, 160 plus libraries. Some of them are very rural and have maybe a part-time director who works 15 hours and everything else is done by volunteers. And
right.
They're just, hanging on trying to check out stuff, right?
Right.
But I've been able to connect with some of those libraries, and some of them are using Aspen as their website.
Which is great. Yeah.
Right, great. So that right there is just marketing. But what has also been a big pull is just the browse categories, as always. And that has been, I feel like, the doorway for making Aspen and customizing Aspen less scary.
Yeah, I always push the browse categories and thinking of them as something dynamic. For example, if the Super Bowl is coming up, a football browse category. Major films are being released, related cinema. I'm also a big proponent of placards as a form of marketing within the catalog.
So given all that, what's the most fun piece of marketing you've seen in Aspen?
The most fun I've seen. I have several that I'm very fond of. I've seen libraries doing coloring book workshops, and I think coloring book stuff is kind of fun. I've not done much of it myself, but it looks fun. Anime clubs, but probably my favorite was a library in Missouri that was doing STEAM workshops for girls using combinations of, I'm not sure exactly what they're called, but they're kind of like robotic Lego sets that you can do basic programming with. And they were targeting around 10 to 12-year-old girls and getting them interested in STEM. And I just thought that was really cool. We have a couple more here. See, I knew if I gave it a minute, some more would pop up.
Thank you. Forgive me if you've already addressed this, but some libraries are kind of like rip the Band-Aid off versus, pulling the Band-Aid off slowly. So some libraries will want to do 3 things in once, like migrate ILS, migrate Discovery Layer, and build a website into Discovery or into Aspen.
Sure.
I don't recommend that. Maybe that's why I don't have so much hair. But anyway, for those people who that's just their way of doing it, what do you suggest for them?
I suggest they do a serious introspection at what their capacity is internally to do those projects at once. Coming from the side of, I sometimes have libraries that come to me and I am helping them do those 3 things at once, basically. I'm perfectly happy to help them do it. Do they always have the capacity internally? It's sometimes a struggle. So I suggest them to, before they get to the point of where they're hiring somebody to help them do it, they really look internally about whether or not they want to maybe break that up in some way. Because from my standpoint, once they're coming to me and saying, we really want to do this, I'll be glad to do it. Whether or not they are going to enjoy the process will depend on their internal capacity. Yeah. And I've helped quite a few libraries do that, and Aspen and ILS at the same time, implementing component pieces. Some do have that capacity. That's great. If they don't, it's a little bit more of a struggle. Part of my job, of course, is to help them through it one way or another. But, I can't decide for somebody else what their internal bandwidth is for managing projects. But we always get there in the end. And I didn't lose my hair from it, but I have gotten a lot more gray in my beard over the years, and maybe that's why.
I just wanted to follow up with the discussion of browse categories, because the first thing that we showed our libraries in terms of like, why are we doing this, was a slide that said, because it looks like your library. So when you walk into any of our public libraries and our academic libraries, you're surrounded by book displays. What's new fiction, new nonfiction, October is whatever month, all of that stuff. And it's a friendliness, and people, discover all of these books and check them out. Not even things that they thought they were coming in for. In fact, sometimes patrons are there really to pick up a hold, and they forget to pick it up because they found so many other things on their way to the desk. And that's, to me, what the Aspen main page looks like. All those browse categories are nothing but book displays and new books and this and that, and it's hard to even get to the search box because you're so busy going like, oh, I didn't know she wrote a new book or whatever. And that's really my favorite feature.
Yeah, and that's something I talk a lot about when we begin projects, because while Aspen is a discovery layer, no doubt about it, it is also the most visible front of the library's services in many cases. So I encourage libraries to think about it as a marketing layer on a certain level. I mean, it is the first thing patrons see. It is sometimes the only thing that patrons look at when they're not in the library itself. So, I mean, you can have a bunch of additional websites and stuff they can jump around, but a lot of people go to the OPAC, they search, that's it. And so taking advantage of marketing within that, I think is critical.
I have one more comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Before I joined ByWater, I was at a consortium that moved from proprietary ILS and PAC to Koha and Aspen. And I absolutely agree. I am a huge proponent of placards and browse categories. But I think what's really great from a marketing perspective is the headers. They're amazing. There are a few libraries that I go to monthly just to look at them, because I love how engaging they keep their patrons with changing headers. And it can be seasonal, it can be thematic, and of course it can be summer reading, and it just gives that extra oomph. And it really doesn't take a lot. Does it take a lot of skill or effort to make that banner? And of course your support company is here to help you with that as well. So just to add that tool on top.
And I think libraries should often think about their site as a destination, not a resource that people go to when they have to, but as something people should want to go to actively. And I don't remember where I saw this originally, but way back in the early days of Web 2.0 discussions, it centered firmly in my mind that if you want people to come back to a site, you need to refresh content on it regularly. And that's true even for a library front page. And the truth is that even if you have a separate library website, effectively for a lot of people, your OPAC is your front page. All right. Anything else? I can talk forever, so. I've had one request to tell about my dog. If you want to learn about my menagerie, which I have a lot of pets, we'll have to do that over dinner. There's not time up here. There are also cats, ferrets, and chickens. All right. I have not planned that yet, so if anybody has recommendations, feel free to grab me. Did we have another question? No, you're just standing holding the mic. All right. Well, if that's all, I will thank you. And I hope some of this was useful. maybe just to get you thinking about in terms, some of the things you are probably already doing unconsciously. And have a good rest of the conference.
So are we starting? Do I welcome everybody to our session about Library of Things? We're going to take a moment and introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm Linda Cromer. Hello again. I'm from Martin Luther College in Minnesota, and we have Evergreen and just a single location.
I'm Thais Rousseau from Capital Area District Libraries in Michigan. We're on Sierra. We have 13 locations serving 23 municipalities.
I'm Jen Schmidt. I work for all the public libraries in Milwaukee County. We are running Sierra. We have 15 member libraries in 27 locations.
I'm Jenny Ellis. I'm with Nashville Public Library. We have 20 locations, I guess now. Kind of 19, really. And we're on Carl Solutions.
Okay, so we are going to go around and share our experiences having a Library of Things collection. We're going to talk about what our collections consist of and how they're organized, and we're going to touch on some of these other topics. Assigning cover images and formats, and steps we took to make these things findable. We want to start by talking about what constitutes a Library of Things collection. And it's just important to know that you need not have tons and tons of materials. In the Aspen community, there are examples of very small Library of Things collections as well as very large ones. Some of our libraries also in the community focus on just certain types of things like STEM kits or book club kits, calling them Library of Things. Cuyahoga County Public Library, I'm not sure if they're here, but they showcase toys and they do a really great job with their browse categories where the subcategories are by age group, and that's a big part of their front page. Most Library of Things collections circulate, but they may or may not be holdable. If you're thinking about a Library of Things collection, you really want to look at your ILS records and get to know those, what codes are in the bib and the item. At the end of this presentation, we have resources page, and I'll just shout out in the Aspen documentation, there's a really nice flow chart that talks about formats and how to select formats based on the bib or the item, and that kind of will walk you through it. But I would also say that when you're making decisions about those codes, to include tech and public services in that process. But Aspen does a really great job helping you to help your patrons find these materials.
At MLC, we have what's probably a little different than most of your public library Library of Things collections. We have about 750 curriculum materials to support the many education students that we have at the college. So these are tubs of manipulatives for math or things for science or language arts and things like that. We, in the past, the room was basically you go down to the room and you browse and that's how you find the things. But with Aspen, we have some opportunities to make them findable in other ways. So we are using a browse category to see those. If you search in the catalog for curriculum library, curriculum room manipulatives, you will find the things. We're doing just very basic records in our cataloging right now. I'm really interested in learning from the others, some of the more sophisticated things that they're doing. Right now, ours are just in formats like physical object kit, photo, things like that. We did do a placard after I saw an example from one of my colleagues here to help people find those things as well.
At Capital Area District Libraries, colloquially known as CADL, we had an established Library of Things collection before our Aspen implementation. And even though we had catalog records, the main way that we promoted our Library of Things was through our website with individual web pages and detailed information about each thing that were really time-consuming and cumbersome to maintain. So we're really grateful that now all that information for each thing is available in the catalog and is so much easier to browse. We have about two official Library of Things collections, our regular Library of Things that can only be checked out by adults and require a waiver to be signed, and Library of Things Junior, which can be checked out by adults or children and don't require a waiver. And the reason why what goes where is complicated, like a lot of things in libraries, partly based on a price cap, also intended audience and danger potential. So, but both of these collections are stored centrally and are not physically browsable. It's a holds-based collection, which makes discovery really important. We have about 80 titles in our official Library of Things Junior, and Passes, with about 1,400 items. And after the always popular tech items, hotspots and Chromebooks, our next most popular item are Tony boxes. They took over really quickly. And then our long-standing favorites, the button makers and the metal detectors. We also have broader categories of realia and untraditional items, including circulating kits and board games that we include in our Library of Things browse categories, because patrons really don't understand that that's not part of our official Library of Things. They just think of them all as things. I also wanted to take this opportunity to talk about our move to accessible browse categories. We moved from traditional browse categories earlier this year, part of just because we have this idea that the accessible shouldn't be just an option. It should be the default experience as much as possible. But this meant that we had to sort of rethink the way that our browse categories were organized, because instead of just the 24 items or titles that are loaded there and you can keep loading, you can only see 24 titles in that horizontal scroll. So we added more subcategories to make it more browsable. We also changed the naming of some of the tabs. So you see there, the first one, we called it Preview LOT, and then the top level one, it's called View All, even though you can get to the full list, right, if you click in the right spot. We felt like for novice users, this was a bit more user-friendly to help guide them through that experience. All of our subcategories are separate lists that are curated by our Library of Things librarian. And yes, after our couple of pilot years, we actually designated the librarian who led that pilot as our Library of Things librarian. And she's our selector, and she maintains the collection and does all the list maintenance and supplemental file and cover image work herself, or directly supervises the person that helps with that. We have subcategory lists by theme, like arts and crafts or home improvement, and also by format, like board games or launch pads, and it just depends on where we thought would be the most helpful for folks, and items can be in more than one list or subcategory. So this is a little bit about our format determination and other record enhancements. We're on Sierra, and in our old Webpack, we use the mat type for format determination, but when we first implemented Aspen, mat type for Sierra wasn't supported, even though it is now. So we used a combination of item type and bib record, and now we don't want to switch to mat type because we have such good solutions for some of the other formats that we want to keep. So for these family of collections, we're determining by the item type with the format name identified in the map in Aspen Admin. We have 5 distinct item types that all map to the format of Library of Things, with distinct item types with formats named that map for launch pads, board games, passes, and Raising Reader backpacks. We also, in our MARC records, include local series fields in the 490s for Library of Things and Library of Things Junior. So in the example here, you can see that one shows regular Library of Things item, the GoPro Pro camera, and then a Library of Things Junior series item, but they both have the same format. All of our things are holdable and can be checked out from any branch, except for 2 that are both non-holdable and have to be checked out from their home location: bicycles and fishing tackle. You can see too that we have the option to download supplemental information there on the GoPro. We use that as much as possible for all sorts of things, extra information, rules, full manuals. We circulate our items usually with just a quick start basic guide of instructions, but we make sure that the full manual for things is available as much as possible in the catalog, and anything else we think would be useful. And then finally, I wanted to talk about our cover images. We had issues with display of our custom cover images, with them being symmetrical in our browse categories at first, and so we just kept incrementally reducing the size of them. And for us, the magic number seems to be 195 by 195 pixels, so that's what we use, and we have a set template that we use to create our images. We just pull most of the images from the web, and we make sure that they're the actual pictures of the components in our kits, and then we have for some of them, like the Raising Reader backpacks and the Life kits, some text branding that goes with that too. And the ability to add these custom cover images is also one of our favorite things about Library of Things in Aspen.
Right. Well, we had a Library of Things collection that was very popular before we were on Aspen, and we went live with Aspen June 2024. And that collection kind of lived on a web page that was centrally managed by our office. And I just lost my spot, sorry. On that web page, there were the owning libraries as well as links back to our previous catalog. And what we found in our experience was during the implementation phase, we started to create browse categories. And especially the Library of Things collection was a really good hook to get our libraries excited about the move to Aspen. Staff really liked the visual nature of the browse categories, and they were really happy to move away from that web page, which was really long, and it was often out of date. So what I did was I took the items from that web page to make browse categories, and I started by making 8 public lists, and those became our browse categories. And then I reached out to our member libraries. We only have 15, and we're really in a dense one-county area. And we started to talk about Aspen, and I taught them how to upload cover images, and we talked about making public lists, and it really helped with buy-in. And it allowed them to dip their toes into Aspen before we even went live. What came up during those discussions was also the fact that they had other materials that they felt would be appropriate for the Library of Things. We had something called community journals and a lot of memory care items that our library staff were saying this should be in the Library of Things collection. And it was also a really good opportunity to talk amongst our other members, like, oh, you know, this other member library has those. And so there was a lot of good awareness going on. Ultimately, we landed on 11 browse categories in different areas. And the other thing that was nice about the timing of our Library of Things collection was that, again, we were in the implementation phase, and those records were really thin, brief records, and it called our attention to the fact that we needed to add MARC, and we needed to do some cleanup, and that was a good jumping off point for the other cleanup that we were going to do during our prep to go live, and we could have some good discussions with our members after talking about the Library of Things materials. So this is a picture of our homepage, and these are our 11 categories, and you can see the memory kits and community journals was new. The attraction passes really took on a life of their own, and our musical instruments and record players were also something that people had in their libraries but weren't necessarily thinking about doing that much, you know, to put in our delivery service. And this is just a picture of our public lists. We still have these, but this is a way that we got started, and really I was hoping that, oh, you can do public lists in general. What do you want to do? You know, and to have people migrate from the previous web format they were using for their lists. What we discovered pretty early on in creating this was that we didn't want to be manually adding records for new items as they came along to those public lists. We were doing that in the web page. So we wanted to create our browse categories based on a custom search with Facet. And so to do that, we started to add 655 fields for Library of Things in all of our BIB records in our ILS. But then we also added the subfield B for these different subcategories, and we created a custom facet. And this is nice for patrons too, but it was a way for our browse categories to start auto-populating as the materials come in. So this screenshot, you'll notice it's a search, and this is for one of our subcategories is portable technology and equipment and tools. And you'll notice there's no limitation by time. It's just that facet at the bottom, the custom facet for that 655 field. In our system, our Library of Things they reside at the locations at the member libraries, so they're spread out they're not centrally housed anywhere. We have a really awesome delivery service that we're really proud of. It's 24-hour to 48-hour turnaround time, and I mean, everything pretty much goes through delivery. But with these Library of Things, they're large. You know, we have skis, we have a sewing machine. There is a subset of things that don't go through delivery. They're just not, they're not holdable. But adding to or complicating matters is the fact, and in our previous catalog, we had the ability through our ILS to limit the hold pickup locations. So we were able to restrict if the pickup was at the owning location. So as we were setting up Aspen, we really wanted to keep that functionality where that it would follow where it was picked up. So that kind of came into play as we were doing our setup. So this is our Aspen admin format table. Our formats come from the BIB records. What's interesting is that in the rest, outside of the Library of Things, all of our holdability is tied to our item type at the item level. But for the formats, because there's a feature I'll mention here about holdability, that really worked for us. But our formats are a combination of our Sierra ILS mat type field, as well as the default, the hard-coded rules for BIB formats. And most of the Library of Things collection uses a Library of Things format, and that's because of that 655 field. And how that works is that we still use certain codes in our ILS, but we strip them out of this table. And then it just takes on that Library of Things format from that 655 field. We were already using board games and puzzles and portable technology, so we added that easily to Aspen. But in order to accommodate that pickup only at the owning location, we added 2 new codes in Sierra and Aspen, our Library of Things pickup only and our board games and puzzles pickup only. And here you'll see that was a really nice feature that we were able to restrict that holding location in that table. So this is just some screenshots. You'll see there's a Polaroid camera, and here's one of our therapeutic art activities, and they're coded as Library of Things, the format. That's the one that we have a lot of. And when you place a hold, the patrons are able to select, and they go through delivery, and they can get it wherever. Whereas we have a pretty large board game and puzzle collection, and we'll have on one group together our board games. So this is an item that will go through delivery. But if a patron were to select this pickup only using that table, it will restrict to that one library. And We're really happy that Minutemen Library Network has sponsored a development that we'll be getting soon, and this picture is of our ILS. In our ILS, we have loan rule able to dictate the home pickup, and what that translates with this development is Aspen will be able to communicate through the API and only display the correct pickup locations, and we'll be able to drop those pickup only codes, so less MAT type codes in both of our systems. What we do is we still rely on the public lists. We also add a series field and that 655 field. In general, we just like that in the search results display, there's hyperlinked, and it'll take the patron to more like items, and they're all together. This is just another example of our attraction passes. So we're starting to use more Aspen forms, and we don't have waivers or agreements for all of our library of things, but this is one of our member libraries. Milwaukee Public Library has a waiver agreement for their Chromebook and hotspots. And so a link is placed in the patron record, and then it goes to the form, and those submissions go to a circulation staffer via email, and then they put the information in the Sierra patron record. So it's a really nice way to get away from paper.
So Nashville has a library of things collection with instruments, tools, lawn games, fitness items, a bunch of junk. And sorry. We have other things like board games that aren't part of the Library of Things collection. We keep these separate because our Library of Things is 18 and over only, and we don't want board games, or we have a circulating artwork collection, and we don't want that to be restricted by age. All items are holdable and can be delivered to any location for pickup. And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to talk about. Most of my job actually deals with the website, not our Aspen site. So I'm first going to showcase how we showcase the Library of Things collection on the website. And that's the poster you see there is our Library of Things poster that our marketing department created. And so I riffed off of that. I made this web page in Drupal as a jump. So just so we could kind of, hey, check out our Library of Things on Facebook. They link here instead of to our catalog. So somebody can get kind of an overview of the collection. We've organized this webpage into 6 categories that correspond to the formats that we have in Aspen. And I didn't have a lot of pictures, so I made some graphics that kind of showcase the individual items. Like there's a bongo in there and some, I don't know, a wrench and a hammer. I don't. If you want to talk about Illustrator, talk to me. That's basically what I played with instead of Aspen. So I kind of made everything a silhouette, made it a single color to keep things simple. And the Aspen part is if you click on an icon, you go to a list in Aspen that's filtered to a specific format. So if you click on a category like activities and games, but don't do this live because we suppressed the collection because of the whole fire. Usually, if you click on activities and games, you would go to a page in Aspen where you can see all of the Library of Things items with that format. So that's the web page part. Now I'm going to talk about the setup and findability in Aspen. Big caveat, I didn't do this setup. Brian Jones did this setup, so if you have questions, he is happy to answer all of them. But he explained it to me, and I'm going to do my best to talk in cataloger voice. So we'll see. Apparently, the most important thing to mention, this is critical, is that NPL indexes almost everything by item and not bib. This is critical for our setup. It's the part that makes everything work for us. So we have I'm in the wrong slide. There we go. We have a 949 field for each item. In the 949 field, Carlex location codes are represented in subfield L. In the 949, Carlex media codes are represented with subfield M, and Carlex location codes are represented with did I say that? I said it twice. All right, well, it's really location codes are in L. It's just remember that. We translated the Carlex location code to be our Aspen collection format. So the location code A thing is translated to the collection facet Library of Things. So I'm going to show a little table of the Carlex media codes and their corresponding Aspen format. So the game media code corresponds to the Aspen games format, tool maps to the tools Aspen format, and so on. Crazy notes. So this is a 949 field for one of the sewing machines we've got, and what that looks like in Aspen. It's really small on the screen, I'm sorry. The media codes and formats are not just limited to Library of Things, by the way. Our board game collection uses the media code game. So if you limit by format, you're going to get those games, even though they're not technically part of Library of Things. Like you were saying, the patrons don't know that. So we just want them to be able to see games, whether we categorize them as Library of Things or not. Next up. So in Aspen, you can look under the collection facet and select Library of Things and see everything that's part of the collection. That's, again, that location code in Carl, a thing corresponding to Aspen collection facet, Library of Things. You can see the format facets. It's in the lower left corner of this image, but you can imagine what formats are, games, tools, as I was saying. So the media code to our Aspen format facet. And if you do a blank search and then filter to one of those format facets, you're going to see mostly the things from the Library of Things, plus a couple of other things. But there are a bunch of different ways that Aspen allows these things to be discoverable, which is nice. Lastly, we are using placards some. We haven't gone crazy with it yet, but we've played around with it some with the Library of Things. So certain keywords like radon or sewing machine or ukulele will bring up this Library of Things placard. You'd think in Nashville we'd have it on guitar, but if you throw it on guitar, it just brings up all the things in the world and it's super confusing. So you do have to be a little careful about what trigger words you use so that it doesn't bring up a placard just all the time. But we're playing around with placards, and I really like placards. We should probably do some more with that, Brian Jones. I will say, last item is that we don't keep statistics on which placards get clicked. I think that would be really interesting to know. And apparently there is a Google Tag Manager workshop, just random plug for a workshop tomorrow to learn about that sort of thing. And that's Nashville. Questions?
I wanted to ask about, so you guys have attraction passes, or like the idea of passes being part of the Library of Things, which we used to, or we sort of have community passports that are not part of our Library of Things. Okay. But are these things that are physical items, patrons can place holds and get them like a regular, is that working?
It's complicated because we have more bibs in our database now because we have some members that want them to be holdable and some want them to be not holdable.
Right.
We've had to separate them out partly because of that, but we have to have separate bibs because there's different rules. This one includes parking and 4 people, or know, this one is, and it's the lone rule. Actually, the circ period doesn't matter, but it's working. They're really popular. It's just that if you were to look at ours, we have a browse category, and there'll be 2 boxes for the Milwaukee Art Museum. Milwaukee Art Museum holdable, Milwaukee Art Museum not holdable. And really, a couple of them go through delivery, but most of them you have to go to that library anyway, so.
I just wondered,
we
did that, something similar like that in the beginning with codes. We just had a, pass 1 that was holdable and pass 2 that wasn't holdable. And then at the item level, you could make different items holdable or not holdable, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
like that Library of Things pickup, those
Yeah.
are attraction passes.
Got ya.
A lot of them. And so you can place a hold on them, not at every location, but you're going to pick it up at the Franklin Library.
Right. I'm just being nosy because this is a topic. We have our problem was too much popularity, right? And
Totally.
it's a physical piece. We have 1,000 holds. The wait time is 7 years, right? Like it became untenable for us.
Yeah.
And
We have a couple things like that.
so I'm always interested when you're not using a product to like manage a digital or even a physical passport. I just wondered if it worked for you. So I'm glad it is, but
It is working, and the staff are looking at, they're working with their publics. It's pretty much the communities are checking out their own communities' passes.
passports. Yeah.
There may be a few that are going through delivery and it's a physical laminated piece of paper that's going that way, but we haven't had issues, besides it hasn't been returned, or something like that. But in terms of using Aspen, it's gone pretty well.
Can I ask one more question?
I can say about our passes.
Yeah.
We have some that are really successful and some that we have that same problem with, that they're just too. We have a zoo, hands-on museum, our Makers Network, you can get a 30-day membership to, a couple other, but they increase the price. The hands-on museum actually charges us for those memberships, and we can't afford to buy that many memberships. So it's kind of that situation. And then we have, this is one I wouldn't recommend, but we have bus passes, which is really, it's circulation. It's disguised as a loan, but really it's a 30-day bus pass giveaway. But we're doing it through the ILS, them placing a hold, and that has its own kind of unique challenges.
I mean, the circulation or the reference staff would say they field so many questions like, is the pass in? Is the pass, that kind of a thing. And they can look at the full record display and it'll say last, date returned or whatever. And that's really great. But it's really on the frontline staff fielding questions makes it complicated. But
yeah, I think that one of the problems with handling this kind of thing in the regular ILS discovery layer combo is, like when you want to go to the museum, there's like usually a time you want to go. You don't want to get the passport on a Tuesday and when you have a hold, it just appears, and it might not be when, Uncle Bob's not here yet. Like, I don't want this passport, or can I, whatever. I was just wondering what your experience was there, because it's been.
I mean, the other thing I'll say is I feel like we had maybe 3 libraries that were doing the passes, and I think what happened is their patrons are like, oh, that one's always checked out. And then there was a domino effect because almost all of our libraries have these passes now. And we've approached some of the local attraction, the zoo, and we'll say we're coming in as a group. And so that kind of helped with that, because I know there's holds on it, and I totally get your point that like you want it when you want it and you don't want to wait. But maybe the fact that all these communities already have these passes, there's a little bit more to go around. And they'll be like, there's 4 zoo passes, so the 2 of them are out. And
And there are some people that really is still the only way that they're getting the opportunity to have these experiences, and they're grateful for it.
I think it's good. Maybe we need like a reservation module instead of holds or something for this. That's where I'm trying to lead. Anyway, can I ask one more question? Because our collection development person would ask this, so I'm asking it in her place, and that is, what are the criteria that you use to determine whether or not you're going to add something to your Library of Things collection? Because I can tell you what ours are, and they have to do with price and size a lot, and danger, right? Those are the 3 top criteria. And I'm just curious, like, if you sort of came to if you have anything written down, like a development procedure for Library of Things.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that one.
Yeah, we do. And I'm the collection development director. That's my job. So, yes. can I say what it is like off the top of my head? Because I know what it is intuitively. But yes, it has to do with danger. We also don't do any food items. We don't have a commercial kitchen, and we've just decided we're not going to sanitize anything. So dirty stuff, carpet cleaners is another one. Like, we get requests for this. We are not doing it. But then we also, it has to do with, yes, sometimes price and size, but we have some things that are kind of expensive. It also has to do with specific kinds of educational or cultural or family togetherness, like as ideas, right? That's where like yard games come in. And we also try to have some things that are those kind of like one-use things or musical instruments. The metal detector is a good thing. It's example of this where they're kind of expensive, but you want to try it out before you decide if you want to buy it. So if they're too cheap, also like a lot of tools, they're so cheap, like people can buy their own, right? So it has to be some kind of like special use in some way or some kind of educational value.
We did that too. Like when we first had keyboards, she bought some cheap keyboards and we've upgraded. Yeah, now they're bigger than me and I'm ready to fight. Oh, sorry.
She was talking about keyboards.
I just said, we had to upgrade.
And for those of you who missed the commentary, the new ones are bigger than me and I'm ready to fight. Since I have to pick them up and give them to people. But this question is about your non-holdable items in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So are they only, can people only return them to specific libraries, or are they like a floating collection? I don't necessarily know how that works.
We don't have floating collections, but the patrons are to return it at the owning location. So it's pick up and it circulates. It's just you have to pick it up. Either there's no place hold button in the catalog, or there's a place hold and the pickup is at one owning location, and then the agreement when they check out is that they return it at that same location. And I work for the system office, and we are really like advocating for if it fits in the delivery, because that's equity. You know, we want everyone to benefit from that. And a lot of these library of things are coming from friends groups that have money, and they're like, and so the suburbs really are doing a great job with the collections, and we really encourage that. But we do have, because they're coming from the friends, sometimes friends groups, they'll say, we really don't want this to go through delivery because it's gonna get beat up, or a lot of times it's just they're really big. So, but majority of things, to be honest, the things that we're having the most trouble with are the puzzles and the games, because who wants to count all those pieces? I mean, we're hearing that from that's what we do. We're doing it by weight. And also based on like a patron saying, hey, we have a note on the board games that says, you know, to the best of our knowledge, the game has this, but if you notice something differently, approach us at the desk and that. But that, you know, the puzzles, maybe all of a sudden they're out of the collection because it's missing. We found they're missing pieces and we're not going to replace it. But to answer your question, it's I think there's a note in the display that says return at location, but it's also part of a lot of these things are housed behind the circ desk that you have to return it there, and we haven't heard complaints about that.
Question for you. When you, some libraries will require patrons. Hello, I'll restate. So some libraries will require users to sign a contract or sign a waiver or something like that. Others will not. It just kind of depends. Some will do it based upon the danger of the item or something like that. How do you handle that type of thing through Aspen or through a separate interface? Or do you just have paper that people sign when they come in and pick it up?
Well, I will just mention that we have waivers. We've moved one of our libraries onto Aspen forms for their Chromebook and hotspots, a waiver that's on, it's a form that we use to move away from paper. one of our suburban libraries still uses a paper. They have power tools, and they have a paper form. They are not ready to do online because they have a separate agreement. It's really library by library. Our office doesn't manage what they require. Each municipality requires for that. But a lot of our materials don't require waivers or agreements. It's really the hotspots, the Chromebooks, and that same library that's doing the power tools also uses a paper waiver. We're just trying to encourage them to use the form, online form as another alternative to paper. But
So if the libraries want to do that, you say you can use Aspen forms, but you don't have to.
yeah,
However they want to manage it, it's up to them.
it's up to the libraries how they want to handle that.
Anyone else handle things like that? Okay, thank
Nashville
you.
books, do we use paper? Apparently we use paper.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then we make a note in Carl.
Yeah.
On the item.
Same. We still are in paper for those. Yeah.
But like we have a sewing machine, we don't have any kind of waiver or agreements.
You mentioned the sewing machine. So who handles repairs?
I'm the iOS person. I'm sorry. It goes
Whoever
through
gets
delivery.
assigned it at the
We
library.
have sewing machines and sergers, and it's a combination of our Library of Things librarian, who is awesome and can fix almost everything. But we also have it's been a cool partnership kind of opportunity with a lot of local businesses. So we have businesses that will offer to help us maintain things, and a local sewing shop is one of those that will do a lot for free or a highly reduced rate to help us to keep them maintained.
Any other questions? Maybe we should give it a minute. That worked before. Yes, it did.
I know this was already sort of asked about, but I'm just still so intrigued about the passes and having those like pick up only at a certain location.
I could bring them up.
The consortium libraries doing it all differently. Some of our libraries put their museum passes in Evergreen, and some use a third-party system like Aspen or something like that. And what we've found since moving to Aspen is because some libraries allow holds on their passes and most do not.
Yeah.
When they're grouped together, it's really hard as a patron to see that, oh, actually, my library museum pass is not holdable. And
Yeah.
we've had patrons place a hold, heavy on those air quotes, on one of these museum passes. Then they go to their library and say, hey, where's my museum pass?
Yeah.
And then we have confused librarians because they're like, what do you mean you can't place a hold on a pass? So our kind of temporary workaround has been to tell those libraries like, well, if you want them to be holdable, put them on a separate record just for your library with all of your passes. But
That's what we are doing is we have more bibs than we want. We just have them separate out and not necessarily always grouped.
Right. So was that a whole process to get that set up? Was it fairly, sounds a little scary?
No, but I mean, it's stable now. I mean, but it was definitely work. And to be honest, the attraction passes have the most cataloging in terms of fields and notes and things, because there's just specifics about what that particular pass provides and things like that. But yeah, it has led, for the most part, we share bibs. We want to share bibs, and and then we love the grouping of the formats. But for the attraction passes, we have just like more individual bibs.
I'm really intrigued. We're going to have to talk more, Jen.
Yeah.
Going once. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Any closing comments? Love the library things, hate the library things, it's fabulous.
I
Thank
wish
you.
we had
Good job.
power tools.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much, all of you, all our speakers, all our sponsors, and really huge shout out to the amazing AV team from Nashville Public Library. Thank you so much.